Good morning, darts fans, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series for day 2 in week 9 of Series 9. Yesterday, we had some great darts from 6 fabulous players. It was always going to be a competitive group, so let's have a little look to see what happened on Monday. Albeit at the second level of PVC darts, or indeed with us. This is a bullseye for Spellman, and that's the second bullseye in a row in this contest.
Needs to be nailed perfect here. That's the treble. He might just stay there with that beautiful leg. Gets the bullseye. Double 16. What a finish. What a steal. What a shimmy.
And he did that alongside a certain Richie Edhouse. This, just call him double 10. That is amazing.
Some heroics here from Alex Spellman. First perfect dart. 148 needs double tops. Chases it round and gets it again. What a finish from him.
They were the biggest moments of day 1, and this is how things stand. As you can see, everybody is still in with a shot of being in position going into day 3 tomorrow, but you've got 4 players on 6 points. Brian Rahman had a very up and down day, but the likes of Finn, Bolton and Spellman, they had steady times, and they're going to be really, really interested to see what happens over the course of the first couple of rounds today, to see where they're pitched. But Devon's with us once again. It really was a good first day, wasn't it? The standard was excellent.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the reason why the table is so bunched up is because everybody's playing at a really great level, 17, 16 darts. I mean, the games are now not who's going to win, it's who's going to take those big moments. We've seen Andy Bolton do it, we've seen Alex Spellman do it, we've seen Dean Finn do it fantastically well. Moments like that, I mean, those are the turning moments, and you can expect today a bit more drama, and I think that the table's going to turn a bit today.
With the experience of Spellman and Bolton, because they've been here more than most of the other players that we'll see this week, are we expecting them to stand up and be counted today?
Yeah, I think so. Like yesterday, I mean, Andy Bolton was head and shoulders just steady through. I mean, that last little game that he had was a blip. But Romeo obviously showed his class. But you look at the caliber of the 2 players that you mentioned, Alex and Andy. You'd expect their experience, the winning mentality, as well as the consistent winning in the different groups. I mean, they've been fantastic in their different areas. Andy, for example, in the Challenge Tour and Seniors, and Alex, obviously, in the US. And I think that winning becomes a habit as well. So they'll be expecting to win, and they know exactly how to move forward to kill the game off.
Well, as far as the odds are concerned, there were some interesting numbers yesterday, especially with Dean Finn at 22-1 as the outsider. But now he's gone down to 6-1. I don't think that's a surprise. But have you seen anything in that graphic there that tells you a somewhat misleading story, or is it pretty accurate?
I think it definitely is, and I think Brian Rahman and Dean Finn definitely showed a really great class. I mean, nobody knew a lot about Dean Finn yesterday. We know a lot about him now. We know his levels. We know he dropped off yesterday. The one there for me that is potentially a value is Romeo. I mean, he's showed some really great class yesterday. He could have easily gone 5-5 yesterday and just kind of slipped up early on, but that was debutant nerves getting over the winning line. I think that he looked very fresh this morning. Had a chat with him. He says that, yeah, he took note of what we said yesterday and he's going to put it right. So, I mean, accurate to a point, but I think obviously with Dean Finn, everybody's seeing his 210 plus averages yesterday. That's obviously changed the odds. But Spellman and Andy Bolton still leading the pack, yeah.
Well, Andy did have a very good day yesterday, but lost to Romeo Gerbovac 4-0 in the final game. They're going to play in the first game today. It'll be interesting to see how Andy feels ahead of that match, because I'm sure he'll want revenge against the Croatian. But I caught up with Andy a little bit this morning just to see how he was feeling ahead of his first match today. Andy, great to have you back at the Super Series. What was your assessment of the first day of the week?
I thought it was a very strong day. I thought everybody played well. There wasn't really many off games, maybe a couple of like mine and David's game. I think that we had one leg which probably brought the average down, but yeah, I think overall I think it's been a pretty decent standard, and going to be a competitive Group A, I think.
Since the last time we saw you, it's been another top 10 in the Challenge Tour order of merit for you. How would you assess your entire season?
Pretty much like my darts, really, up and down. Really, I'll have 101 game, but then I'll be, back down to 85 or something. And overall, I'm happy, especially with the new Masters tournament coming in and UK Open as well. So, the top 8 comes with a few extra bonuses. Obviously, I'd have liked to, pip a spot. Pip a spot at Ali Pally, but to be fair to Wesley and Connor, they've been a class above all season, and so deserve merit to be the top 2.
We spoke earlier in the year about the fact that without a tour card, you're actually playing more darts than ever. Is this something that you really enjoy?
I just enjoy playing darts. I'm not sure I enjoy being away from home as much as I have been, but look, the opportunities out there are amazing at the moment. The ADC, I've really enjoyed that. Obviously, the Modus, I look forward to every time I come down here, sort of thing. But I'm busier than ever. I'm healthier than ever. No, but I just love everything about the game, and I'm not the kind of guy that moans, "Oh no, I'm away again," or "Oh no, the travel's too much." And look, I get paid for doing something I love, so you could argue I don't really work a day, in my life, sort of thing. Well, not my life, but the last few years.
Well, we're always happy to have you here, Andy. I hope you have a fantastic Tuesday.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, a few gestures and a little bit of stretching for Andy Bolton at the start, and I'm sure he would love to get one back on Romeo Gerbevats after yesterday when Romeo saved his best and most clinical performance for Bolton in Game 15. Romeo's back, the 30-year-old who lives just south of Frankfurt but is Croatian. And Andy Bolton, who is originally from England but lives in Scotland. So with the table so close, with 4 players on 6 points, Gerbevats now on 4, and David Evans at the base of the table on 2. If we bunch things up on Tuesday...
First leg, it's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
It really does give us an exciting prospect for Group A drama over the next couple of sessions.
135.
One thing to note from yesterday is that Romeo, yes, he only got 2 wins from 5, but he did average
100.
over 90 for the day and was nearly 32% on his doubles. And that has got to be one of the reasons, Devon, why you think he might have a very good Tuesday.
He's definitely one of the standout players for me yesterday, and just knowing that it was his debut, and how he kind of you made, and we kind of highlighted this yesterday. His first to 3 game is probably the best that we've seen in this group. He rushes to it, so he doesn't need a lot of time to kind of get used to the stage and the lights and all of those things. So he's literally, there's a brain switch that happens where he goes, I won 3 and I need to get the last one. The need is what's causing him to obviously falter. And we see out of the blocks already, and Andy's already put under pressure. He's going to have 6 on this 126. And we have also seen he's counting his dartboard maths is just fantastic. So you look at that and you know that he's got everything needed to be a champion on that stage. It's just the fourth leg that obviously halts him. But like you say, Paul, he's just always off the line the quickest, as we see. No kind of fuss and fighting around the finishing as well. He's been really good on that double tops yesterday, and his throw dynamics for me is the big thing. That's why he doesn't go a lot left and right, and that is a serious threat to most of these players.
I think Andy just wanted to slow things down there because Romeo is a very swift player. And in a matter of 90 seconds, Andy finds himself 1-0 down to Romeo again, just like yesterday.
100.
And after having a conversation with Bolton at an airport earlier this season where he'd gone from one tournament and he was on his way to another.
60.
I did ask him about the complexity of being a dart player just outside the tour card spots these days, and he said, and playing more than ever. ADC darts, which he
100.
really enjoys. Modus Super Series, where he's always welcome. And there are other things as well, like Challenge Tour and maybe the odd independent event as well.
134.
He gets paid for doing something he loves. And I love his attitude. Not complaining about constantly being away from home and doing this as a trade.
82.
Because if we may be honest, Devon, there are quite a few people who do complain about that.
I've never heard them complain.
fib.
100.
You've heard plenty of people complaining about it.
Yeah, I think it's crazy when you hear people complain. I mean, I look at it from a point of view as in, I mean, people would snap your left arm, left leg, and probably your left
97.
ear off just to do what you do and kind of just continue. You get to travel. It's tough though. Don't get me wrong, and I can understand when the complaints
100.
happen. But you're
Andy
blessed
Require,
with a
122.
ability to perform on a stage and be single-minded. This is a niche sport. Not everybody can throw darts, but at the high level, not everybody can do it, and that's why you only have 128 tour cards. As we see Andy Bolton there,
74.
starting off with a bullseye.
Romeo Require.
But this 107 year, Nico, I feel as though there's an opportunity here. He's gone for the double 16. He gets
Game
it.
shot the second.
The thing with Romeo, and I'm
got
starting
bats.
to like him a lot more. He's just got that
But
bit of sweat
against
and
Romeo to throw
acknowledgement there
first.
from Andy.
Game on.
That's such. Could this be another 4-0?
Well, if it is,
95.
Romeo would actually climb up the table quite considerably. He would take his leg difference to +4 with 6 points in the bank. He would be only one leg behind top spot.
140.
That is how tight this table is. As for Andy's output yesterday, it was typically Bolton.
59.
88.32 average. He had a couple of maximums in there. He's never been noted as a big maximum hitter. His doubles were very efficient at 35 and a bit percent. He had himself
59.
a ton plus checkout as well. That beautiful 142. Arguably the most attractive finish of the day, but there were a few. We had 3
97.
finishes yesterday of over 140 to finish matches.
Andy's blinking a lot and just kind of. I'm not sure if he's not seeing it clearly. If it's. And the one thing I did see about Andy's game
98.
yesterday, as soon as he gets behind, he tries to remain limber as you see him move around there, and he just kind of tries to keep the shoulders relaxed. And I don't know if it's a thought process that goes through his head, or if it's just he doesn't want to tense up at this vital and crucial moment as Romeo now
140.
held the throw, broke the throw. Another hold here will get him first to 3, and then we obviously talk about his Achilles heel all the time.
60.
It looks like Andy
Andy
Bolton is
requires
putting
64.
loads of pressure, and he's got a trebulous visit there, which gives Andy a clear shot at this. He needs the double 16 now. He
Game
gets the
shot
double
the third
16, and
leg.
so far,
Andy Bolton.
Andy Bolton is back in the game, and this is
Full play
starting to
against
turn out to
Andy
be a
to throw
tasty one. Both
first.
players in the mid-90s on the averages, so there's no shock there.
Game on.
You look at the scoring, 90-plus scores and above, really solid. So Andy Bolton has served up yesterday's great game against Alex Spellman as a first one, and now Romeo and Andy setting up a great start
140.
in the morning. This is breakfast starts, Nico.
Andy's played it every time imaginable
140.
in this place. 9:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 o'clock at night, 1:30 in the morning. He's been there, he's done it, and he doesn't care whether it's 9:30 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning, or somewhere in between. He will prepare accordingly. And this is something that Gerbervats might have the luxury of over the next year and a bit, because if he performs this week, I can definitely see him spending a lot of time here because he's quick, he's good, and He's from a fresh market. Yes, he lives in Germany, and we've had German champions.
140.
In fact, Kai Gotthard, someone that Romeo will know, I'm sure, he's actually in Champions Week for the start of December. But he could be someone who could thrive and make the Croatians stand up and get our attention. That means the shot is off, and Gerbervats will come back for a potential 11 or 12 darter.
81. Romeo, you require 96.
This would be for an 11 darter. This is a magical
game.
So far, the man is
Romeo
unstoppable. 3 out of
Gerbervats.
3 on the outer ring, scoring like a monster.
Fifth leg, it's
He's not
Romeo
even.
to throw first. Game on.
He's really asserting his dominance on that stage, and he's only about 4'7".
100.
No taller than Henry Deacon at all, but really head and shoulders above Andy Bolton today. Scoring, look at that. We look at the game, and credit to Andy Bolton as well. Stayed in every single step of the way. Romeo, I'm telling you, he's the dark horse. Romeo. Wherefore
60.
art or dart, die Romeo.
He's right there. And he's 7-1 up on Bolton this week so far. And that is hard to do. I think he enjoyed that 96 checkout a little bit more than most of the checkouts he's had this week already.
83.
Because that gave him his best leg of the week. I think he's starting to understand that he can be very competitive here in week 9.
54.
It's a great point there, because as a debutant, you come here, it's quite daunting, because you watch Modus series, you see the players that play here, you see champions come through here, you see the Saturday night atmosphere, you see all of those things, and you understand it's a week of hard work for that Saturday to become kind of where it's all your hard work kind of pays off. He wants to definitely get to the Saturday.
96.
How he gets there, I know that he's going to get there. That's no doubt about it, and he's sure going to be an outside pick for this week. But as a debutant, walking in here, we all started at some point, and coming in here, you realize very quickly that if you don't find your feet on that stage, you can find yourself at the bottom of the tables and quick exit. So kudos to Romeo for finding his feet so early and just
he require 38.
giving himself a platform to stand out head and shoulders above most that have come here already as a debutant.
Double 16. He shuts the door. And Romeo's not going to win this one by 4 legs to 1. And this is where he struggled a little bit yesterday in his first 2 games. In his debut match against Brian Roman, he was 3-0 up. And he found himself losing 4-3. In the next round against Dean Finn, it happened again. Maybe not to the same degree. But this is one of the reasons why Andy Bolton is so hard to beat. He can bring his game from the very off. And for the second consecutive day,
57.
He will have the longest shift of any player. He'll play game 1, he'll play game 15, and 3 in between.
And like you said there, Andy Bolton has been in that space,
100.
in the 100 space for averages most of this game. And what we realize now is that yesterday's blip, the 4-0, cost Andy not only a place on the top of the table going in today, but also that leg difference. So I can expect Wednesday still to be bunched up, and we could go, the winner could be determined by leg difference and not by points.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's happened before. Although it didn't happen last week. Kurt Parry was well ahead of the eventual winner of the week, Scott Taylor, by 6 points.
161.
So Group A doesn't tell you everything, but it does give you clues to take us all the way. Just got to be handily placed after this visit.
55.
He wanted more than that.
Trebless visit there cost him. But how big will the pressure be on that 106?
105.
116
And he
left, and we've
require
seen him miss this
106.
yesterday for the match against Dean Finn. Mr. 112, 116, 117. But will Andy Bolton shut the door again? Oh, and the big number missed, and that could be
74.
crucial.
Romeo, you
It's
require
an opportunity for
160.
Romeo now to, with a ton plus checkout, to win the game.
Here we go. It's double 18.
80.
Well,
And you require
that might be the
32.
only dart he gets to win this match. Sometimes when you want to progress as a player, you've got to be able to do something that you did wrong yesterday. Does he get another chance?
Game
He
shot
does
at
not.
Sick Flag.
That's a wonderful shot from
Andy
Andy.
Bolton.
He enjoyed that one, and we go all the way in the first match again today.
7th and final leg. It's Romeo to throw first.
What a
Game
shot.
on.
What a shimmy. He's really enjoyed that. And now it's Andy Bolton has started his
85.
Tuesday off exactly like he started his Monday. Went 3-all against Alex Spellman, and he threw that 1-4-2, that special 1-4-2. Champagne shot as well. Treble 20 bullseye 32.
134.
He's going to need some of that kind of heroics again today, because we know that Romeo, once he gets into that finishing position,
177.
Sensational. Really smart there from Andy. Just taking the pace out of the game. He's trying to play at his pace. He's not trying to slow Romeo down. He wants to have
60.
his methodical style, and he doesn't want to be rushed. But it's definitely advantage Gerbavats.
150.
More so now.
game equally poised. Yeah, Andy Bolton can certainly apply pressure, but he has to find that red bit. He needs another one. Definitely gets another one. And
Romeo
that 140. Nico was indicating that he had to go drop down, but yeah.
92.
He didn't go for the treble
And
there. He went for two singles.
167.
He's laid the gauntlet down. And yesterday, in this game, first game of the day, Bolton took out 142 to win the match against Spellman. If he'd taken out that 167, we would have got another shimmy. Gerbavats,
97.
left double 16.
Romeo, you require 32.
He has a full visit to take care of game one. He's done it. He's done the double over Andy Bolton. That was a really good game. An excellent standard to start our day. And Bolton has lost that game, averaging nearly 99. Gerbavats is maybe better than people are giving him credit for. The bookies thought he was an outsider, and he's now on 6 points with 5 other people doing stuff like that. We have to take that into consideration when we come into the later part of the day. Spellman and Evans have a little bit of a gulf between them in points. Spellman is still top of the table. He might be on points on his own when he plays Evans next.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Gaza, Glenn Durant. Shot, ornament. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Jackal Lewis! Good. King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George! Game, shot, and
Welcome back to the action. It's Tuesday and it's game number 2. We have a chance now to have our table bunched up just a little bit more. And that is dependent on whether Stretch right here from Preston, fine town from Lancashire up in the northwest of England, if he can find the 2 points against the man from Boone, North Carolina, we will have 5 players on 6 points and the solitary one at the bottom, Evans, on 4. But that might not be the case. If Spellman wins, he will remain top of the table, but will have a 2-point cushion ahead of the Roman-Finn game in Game 3. Thoughts on Stretch yesterday, Devon? Because 80...
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
88.56 as an average, 4 180s, and yes, only 25% on the doubles. But does that
24.
illustrate just how tough this group is?
I think so. I think for David Evans yesterday, and players can do this though. I mean, they can undo all their hard work.
100.
He still, if you look at his averages, even though he's missed so many doubles, he still remained within the pack. So he's not kind of cut alone as the league shows it. Like he's still part of the pack
60.
with averages. The only thing that's really killed him yesterday was missing the 32 so many times and staying stubborn on it. And then also just getting that first start not in the place for him to score off it. And I feel as though
100.
there's areas in his game where he's fantastic at. And there's areas in his game that he's being challenged mentally. And I just don't know if there's a bit
60.
of darting fatigue, if he doesn't have the structure to correct it. But we do know how great of a player he is. And we just hope that we can obviously see his greatness at the Modus this week. But it is a
83.
tough group, and they're not going to relent on any scoring or finishing. So any sniff of blood, I mean, they'll know today that David Evans is the fish in that group itself, and
59.
he's the one to be targeted. So he'll be feeling all the pressure, and everybody knows that when they're playing against him, they're going to get chances.
Spellman did lose 2 games yesterday,
58.
but people really did play well against him. 4 out of 5 games, he was over 90 for an average in the match. That is a really good sign.
60.
Coincidentally, his
Alex, you
lowest average of the
require
day was a game that he
160.
won. And that was 83.5 against Romeo. I think the signs were promising yesterday for Alex.
60.
He's certainly feeling comfortable. We've had a chat late last night and just kind of figuring out where Alex is at mentally, and just knowing he's finding his form, coming back. He's
Alex,
came
you
to Q
require
School
100.
early this year, gave it a go, came to Modus, really never presented himself as well as you would want, as we see a potential ton-plus finish here as a start.
Game
And
shot on the first
we've
leg.
seen him yesterday check out
Alex
that
Spellman.
tops with great ease and just comfortability. But
Second
with
leg,
his,
it's
with
Alex
his
to throw
game being in that
first.
space right
Game.
now where he feels comfortable and confident, we know that that breeds competence. And when you're standing on the hockey, you want to know that you can, the dart goes where you're releasing it. And Alex is in that confidence well, and that's why he finds himself at the
30.
top of the table.
That was his 4th ton plus finish of the week, which is the most by any player.
85.
We'll see Mr. Maximum in the next game. Brian Roman, who had 11 yesterday. That was so much better than anybody else. But Mr. Consistency, that was definitely this man.
180.
That's his 4th of the week. A bit like Andy Bolton, he's not noted for a lot of maximum shooting in this format of the game because we can't forget
93.
that Alex is very adept to playing different formats of darts. Steel tip cricket, steel tip 501, pairs, singles, soft tip. He can play all of it.
140.
The one thing that impresses me the most about Alex is his composure and his consistency in his throw. When he gets that spot on, there's no change in
96.
pace. It's everything. It
Alex
just
Chirac,
feels like
151.
it's almost robotic to a point where it just sets up, pulls back, and delivers. It's pure poetry in motion. Slightly to the right. He's perturbed with that, but
111.
fixes that very quickly, leaves him on tops, and David Evans now looks to be still in the traps here, unless he can put some pressure on Alex. But Alex will be going to 40 with 3 darts in hand, and this could be a 13 to 15 dart, and
140.
David Evans will be
Alex
under
Chirac,
some pressure
40.
early on.
You don't expect him to miss.
Game shown the second leg. Alex Spellman.
And there's a couple of reasons why we thought that would be the case.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
One,
Game
yesterday, his doubles percentage was exceptional. Just under 46%. That was drastically better than anybody else. By almost 10%. And let us not forget
60.
that he is 2 from 3 today already. That's a visit perfect statistic. And you would take visit perfect every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
140.
Alex gave me some insight into his strategy and just his mental state on the hockey itself. And his game plan is certainly just to make sure that he throws one treble a visit. And I think that it's easier said than
24.
done, because as players, when we get into that rich vein, we want to go 180, 140 and all of those things. He says that he just consistently just works on one treble at a time. And if he gets that one treble, that's great. And he'll just kind of work off from that.
100.
He wants to make sure that everything is systematic. He's quite analytical. He's one of those kind of players. He's a very rare kind of dart player. He's one of those. He's a bit like you. Thinks about every single point of the throw, from the stance to
100.
how his back is arched, how the dart comes up, what the grip feels like, and methodical in that sense. And people will think that it's overthinking, but I see it as a knowing exactly what you need to throw to get the
100.
consistency, and he's really showing it today.
He's already proven in the first 2.5 legs that he's going to be hard to beat today. Again.
97.
Yesterday he had his
Alex
best
Maguire,
performance of the
161.
day. Around about the midpoint. But he didn't play poorly in his first game against Bolton. He just got pipped
130.
by that majestic 142 checkout from X Factor. It doesn't look likely that he's going to be pipped in this game. Dave is finding himself behind in every leg because
85.
Spellman is just
Alex
too
Maguire,
consistent.
31.
It's not going to be tops this time. It doesn't matter where he
Shown
goes on the
third
outer ring.
leg.
He
Alex
is finding whatever he sees.
Alex
Fourth
Spellman
leg,
now,
it's Alex to throw first.
3 games in,
Game
still averaging a solid ton. I know he didn't make the World Championships, but you can almost see the signs, though, like the way in which the
45.
USA is producing players, and Canada as well. I mean, over the years, we know of Jeff Smith, and Danny Baggish and all of these other players. But you got this, and Leonard Gates as well, obviously, to be mentioned. But then you have this new crop of players coming through. And I say new simply because you've probably not seen them in this form or this kind of light before. Big players in the US, the likes of Stobans, Alex Spellman, Dan Lauby.
85.
Really, really solid players. Phenomenal stat, though. I mean, if Alex wins this
100.
one, then it would mean that Stobans won the one that I was on. And that's what I'm saying. Like, just the way in which the temperament, a bit the same, though, but Stowe's a bit more fiery. Alex is a bit more...
140.
Almost library-esque. He's just there. He's just sat there in the corner reading a book and going, I'll do this next, and I'll do that next.
He's very relaxed, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I think in this setting,
57.
it really lends to the strengths of Spellman. I think sometimes missing a world championship can be a bigger motivator than actually making it.
81.
Because I know that Alex would like to get back there next year, and I will back him to the hilt. If he's going to make improvements in his game, he's definitely going to get there. He might even get a 4-0 victory here.
99. Alex, you require 150.
Spellman averaging 20 more points than Evans, and that is a very big bridge between these players.
87.
It's almost as if Evans is on the other side screaming, let me over, let me over. And Spellman is just putting the gate up saying, nope, this is my game, not yours.
44.
And considering how well he's finished,
63.
this could be the end. He's 3 from 4 in the doubles. And it's tops to win the match.
43. David, you require
Just caught a little
156.
sign in the background there of Evans keeping his right hand warm under his arm. That's actually a good tactic if you're feeling a little bit chilly. It might work a treat.
120.
He didn't get there, but that was a really good try
20.
from Dave. Alex is already smiling.
Game
Now he's smiling
shot
even
of
more.
the match.
He played
Alex
really well in that
Spellman.
game. And it's another average, which is over 90. Comfortably, I will say as well. Nearly 94. And his doubles, 4 from 6. He's top of the table on his own on 8 points at this stage. And he's going to be feeling very good about his chances of being very competitive over the next day and a half. Evans will stay at the bottom, 4 points adrift on 2. Now it's time to see the Riddler up against the surprise package of yesterday, Dean Finn.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he
not
thinks
him.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you.
We are giving the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
that is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Level 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis. Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on. We're
What's your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
A nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's one of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jay!
Welcome back. Time for game 3, just like that. And we're going to see Dean Finn, who is no longer an unknown quantity here at the Modus Super Series after yesterday, up against the former WDF #1, Brian Roman, who did find himself in a frustrating zone yesterday, but dug his way out of it and found himself in a very good position with 6 points overnight. Fair to say that the man from Antwerp, who did play at the Flanders Darts Trophy recently, will be full of beans today because there were some bright sparks from Monday, particularly the 180 hitting where he got 11. If he can recreate that and polish up the other areas of his game, this could be a very good day for the Belgian.
First leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
But at this time yesterday, when Dean Finn was making his debut, we wondered what he could bring. Now we've got more evidence. We understand the threat that he could pose, not just today and tomorrow, but for the rest of the week, with those glorious lion flights.
45.
Definitely started out like a lion yesterday. Brian Roman, quick
140.
out the blocks here. He was the one play. He started he picked up from the Andy Bolton loss that Dean Finn
80.
kind of just wobbled a bit, and there was a continuation, and Brian took full advantage. But the pace that he's throwing at today is slightly a bit more controlled. Dean Finn, as you mentioned, no more, and he's still a debutant, but no more an outsider. He's
96.
the odds yesterday was 22-1 because he came in as an outsider. Today he's 6-1. So you can tell that I'm sure that a lot of that betting comes from Ireland because they know exactly what he can do, and I don't know exactly where Dean Finn is poised. Will he have the same start like he did yesterday? He went out 3 from 3 and that really put him into the starting blocks and showing who's the big dog.
100.
He did put in his best performance of the day in his debut match. 101.24 the average. He did get another ton plus average a little bit later on against Spellman. But after that, he didn't win again.
64.
So his biggest test today might be all 5 games.
32.
My word, that was quick from Brian.
54.
A lot of the players, generally this first game, trying to find your feet, find your rhythm, find all of that. And Brian is just so quick. Yesterday we've seen the same thing. It's just so quick, just trying to get used to it. Just find your pace. And he didn't want to see that happen.
24.
Because now he might be broken, and we know that Dean Finn is exceptional at running ahead in games, and we know that Brian is slightly temperamental when he goes behind in games.
9.
Oh no.
Brian requires 16.
That wasn't part of the plan. Roman gets a second visit to take care of leg 1. Can he take it this time?
Game shot.
There's your answer.
Leg. Brian Roman.
So there you go. A 1-0 scoreline for Brian. And on top of the 180s yesterday, Brian had more darts at double than anybody. Those two statistics do tend to go hand in hand. And someone who knows that more than
95.
most is probably you, Devon. Because if you get a lot of maximums, you're going to get a lot of chances.
The key thing is being
100.
accurate and getting those chances. It's that rhythm play. It's all of those things. And Brian, once he settles down and he kind of finds his rhythm, because I know that he's coming back into the game, coming back as a top
59.
performer, still struggling with that pace that he throws. He does throw a bit quick, but when he takes his time, he's one of.
60.
You can tell why he was former WDF #1. Absolute young talent, Belgian. The Belgians tend to kind of push out some new talents. I mean, we've seen Mike De Decker win, lift the trophy, Dimitri Van den
99.
Berg as well, Kim Huybrechts. Am I missing anybody?
Well, Belgian darts has never been in a better
140.
position than right now. I think it's only fair to name every player that's played for Belgium at the PDC World Cup. Kurt van der Rijk, Kim Huybrechts,
140.
Rocco Myers, Patrick Buelen, Ronnie Huybrechts, Mike De Decker and Dimitri Van den
60.
Berg look like they're going to be the team next year.
108.
But then you got the legends like Leo Lorenz and Eric Claris. A great darting nation. Tops for Finn.
68.
He'll expect to come back.
141.
And come back he will.
57. And you require 40.
Dean Finn now looking to finish this off and
Games on the
just
second
get a leg on the
Dean
board,
Finn.
and that's a bit more like him. We do know that it's his first game of the morning, so
That against Brian to throw first.
generally as a debutant, you don't know what to expect. So you're coming in here, you're kind of a bit anxious, a bit nervous. He did his best game yesterday as a start, 101 average.
140.
Today's slightly better because it's the second bite of the cherry, and means that he's got more expectations. So that can influence his performance as well. Just want
59.
to see how he bounces back after yesterday, because he had some back-to-back losses yesterday before he left. He would have obviously slept on it and kind of thought, as we see Brian Rahman open his account for the 180s. But yeah, it's everybody's going to be watching and seeing what Dean Finn does on day 2.
140.
That's us included. At times,
58.
Brian can be sparkling when he plays this game. And I can understand why he gets so frustrated with himself, because he knows the game is in there. It's just about finding a way to let it out more consistently.
92.
That's what he's searching for
Right
right now.
123.
If he can get more information before the end of the year, who knows? Double 18.
105.
And I bet you haven't seen 123 hit that way before. In fact, it wasn't hit. But that was really, really creative.
21. Brian require 18.
I think Brian's pace, and I'm going to say this consistently, is when he watches it back, and he does watch his games back, and just understanding that it's not even a
Games on
long
the third
time
leg.
between as he
Brian Rahman.
finishes that, and he's finished that same double before to get his first leg on the board. Now it's the second.
Fourth leg against Dean to throw
Stretching,
first.
lumbering up.
Game on.
But it's just, and that's the difference between accurate and just missing by the smallest of margins, is that split seconds. Instead of having 2 or 3
100.
split seconds between each throw, it's now just delaying it slightly a bit more to 5. You as a coach, is
41.
that something that you look at when you are coaching young players coming through? Because most of the young players do throw quick. You don't find a young player that actually comes in throwing slow.
It's so rare these days because
131.
the muses that young players have, they're looking at the Andersons, they're looking at the Van Gerwens, they're looking at the Brian Rahmans.
100.
They're looking at quick players because they want to be exciting to watch as well as good. You look at someone like Keane Barry, for instance, who I'm sure Dean Finn knows well.
60.
He's part of that generation of players where they don't necessarily aim darts 2 and 3. They'll calibrate with dart 1,
60.
and after that, it's just get them out of the hands like hot potatoes. But you have to have measurement, whether it's fast or deliberate. There has to be a checkpoint that you say hello to every single time you throw a dart.
145.
It can't be done just so quick without thought.
65. Dana requires 65.
Dean Finn, yeah, after 12 darts, left on 65. He's got time. Brian Rahman on a far distance, but going for the favoured tops.
45.
Pulls it on the inside and certainly going to be back here. Brian can put him under some pressure, but needs to get that first dart. And quick action now on 95. Dean Finn has to check this out, or it could be a massive break. So this game could go level.
Game shot on the full flare.
Man doesn't miss.
Finn.
It's Dean, the finisher, Finn, making sure that the game stays level.
Fifth leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
It's almost a shame that Dean's not playing against Marco Cantala this week, because it could be Finn against the Finn.
140.
Finn. But really impressed with Dean Finn. I mean,
140.
he could have easily kind of be seen as a, not a flash in the pan, but a one-trick Charlie. Turned up 3 legs, 3 games won. I spoke to him early on as well as he was warming up. He said he just kind of just wobbled and he couldn't bounce back immediately after. But that is exactly showing how tough this group is. He lost to Andy Bolton, came up against Brian Rahman, who also gave him loads of 180s. And we see another 180 come in there. And this is exactly what he got yesterday from Brian. And then he had to go back home and understand that he's actually in a group of real quality players. And he himself is quality. So yeah, there's a lot of great signs as we see Brian Rahman with a quick 11 darter. I think that's the quickest 11 darter you'll see this week, Paul.
I would be amazed if we see something quicker than that.
Sixth leg, it's Dean to throw first.
That was a truly special leg, and our second 11 darter of the day, because we had one earlier from Gerbavats.
87.
Sneakily, I suspect if the level goes up from all of the
91.
other players, there may be something more that Finn can find. I think there's another gear. He might be able to find that extra special level that we've seen from other Irish players. Remember that 2-game blitz from Conor Heenahan?
100.
About 2 years ago, when he had a 9 darter in a game and averaged over 105, and then in the next game he was 115.
58.
I think that you would know yourself when you hit that rich vein of form. It's all everything feels smooth in the hand. It actually feels like you're throwing nothing towards the board, but it's just landing where you want it to actually land. And it's as if the board is literally 2 centimeters away from your hand and you can just put it in.
Ryan require
When
107.
you get into that mode, it's a special place. And players play all their life to kind of feel
42.
that. And the better players or the top professionals do that more often.
Brian's going to get a chance to get to 8 points alongside Alex Spellman, but he can't get top spot
94. Ryan require 128.
because his leg difference is not as healthy as the American.
33.
That was a bad visit.
Require 142.
Very erratic. And he was very displeased with it. Is this something that Dean Finn can expose? Everything he does impresses me.
25.
He doesn't make
Ryan
tactical
require 95.
mistakes. But the only mistake he's made in this game is allowing Brian too many chances. Double 19.
57. Danny require
Seen
170.
Brian Rahman take out the double 19. Double 19 yesterday. Leaving the door ajar here for Dean Finn. He needed to find a second triple. Does not. Quickly shifts up as his eyes goes. And Brian Rahman now needs this 38 to kind of take the game out.
6.
And he goes up for the 6 there.
Require 60.
And misses out on that opportunity to close the game out.
He's livid. He gets another chance.
Brian, you require 32.
To finish this off. The risk is, if he doesn't do it here, he might not even win the match. He knows how big this is. He's missed 4 match starts already. But he doesn't miss another.
Shot and the match. Brian Roman.
At times, Roman was very, very good in that game. Missed a few darts at double throughout the contest, but the most important thing is that he hit 4 of them. With his creativity, he gave himself 14 darts at a double and restricted Finn to 9, which sometimes is good enough, but not on this occasion. So round 1 on Tuesday is in the books. That's 6 rounds completed of 15 in Group A. And when we come back, we'll have Spellman up against Gerbevats.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome to round 2. And no, this is not Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. This is going to be an American by the name of Alex Spellman against Croatian Romeo Gerbevats. And yesterday, when I was going back home, I bumped into somebody who was watching yesterday, and they said, I really like the look of that Croatian player. I like that Grabovac. That sounds like a shopping channel. It's Gerbevats. His name is Romeo, and he is very competitive in this table because beating Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 3 in his first game,
First leg, it's
it
Alex
means
to throw
that he's
first.
beaten
Game
4
on.
of the 5 players that he's been up against in this group already. The only person he hasn't beaten is a certain Alex Spellman.
60.
I'm glad you cleared that surname up for me, simply because I didn't want to butcher it. So we're back to Romeo.
45.
We know that this is probably 2 of the players for me that have stood out performance-wise yesterday. Because both of them had opportunities to go 5-0 up.
100.
I mean, Alex Spellman did lose to Dean Finn 4-2 with a 1-4-8 from Dean Finn, a magical 1-4-8.
83.
But I mean, Romeo yesterday, as much as it was his debut and he lost those opening 3 games, he could have won all 3 and went 5-5 and Nobody would have expected that. But today is a different day. And everybody knows that Romeo is he is a player you have to shake off early on, because if he gets going, it's hard to stop.
I was thinking about this overnight when it came to Romeo's performances, that maybe he'd be more comfortable playing against Brian Roman or Dave Evans or possibly Dean Finn, because they don't mess around. But if there's something we've learned already today with this pretty decent start, is that Romeo is a learning machine. He can figure out how to play different paces.
92.
And he just
Romeo
misses
require
out.
150.
Does Alex, and taking that first leg with a ton plus check out.
94. Alex, you require 16.
You don't expect him to miss. He's been so sharp today on the doubles.
Game show on the first leg. Alex Spellman.
Already he's imposing himself in this table, saying, I'm the man to beat. And I'm not going to walk up to him and say that that isn't the case.
Game on.
It almost feels, from our vantage point in the commentary box,
99.
that Alex is walking a little bit taller today. And that tends to happen when you're feeling confident.
Oh, he's just wearing different shoes, and the ones that he's wearing has a bit of a higher heel.
140.
But like you say, I mean, that's the one thing that you can do on a stage. You can be 10 foot tall, especially when you're playing well. The confidence is going, and Romeo certainly has been one of those players that have, I mean, just for his stature, but you can tell by his demeanor, he's loving every second on that stage and knows that he's competitive, and confidence breeds competence, and what that says for his game. He's kind of announced himself as a strong contender. Yeah, and I would be surprised if he didn't make Saturday. And when he does, I mean, that could be a bit of a, especially the way in which the game goes. It's knockout on Saturday. There'll be a crowd. There'll be
60.
There'll be an atmosphere. He might come alive in that, because he looks to be that kind of player.
I couldn't agree more.
62.
He'll be back for double 10. Plenty of times already today. He's found himself very well placed after 12 darts. And he has completed a leg in less than 12 darts today already.
130. Romeo required 20.
Just don't miss these kind of chances.
Game's on the second leg.
And that 13 darter tells us that this game could be littered with more quality.
Third leg, it's Alex.
Croatia is a nation
Game on.
that has had excellent dart players for years. A lot of people tend to forget that Croatia made the quarterfinals of the PDC World Cup over 10 years ago.
140.
With Robert Marjanovic, who now represents Germany. He's a very good commentator as well.
99.
But the teammate of Marjanovic is certain Tonči Restovic. Actually ran for mayor of his local town in the last couple of years. An excellent dart player, an even better bloke, and probably the most intelligent dart player I've ever met.
100.
You are the most intelligent dart player I've ever met, Paul. So,
oh, stop.
I mean, if you're saying that, then that has to be. I have to meet this guy. As we see, Alex Spellman, yeah.
100.
Certainly the most consistent player that I've ever seen from the US. It's robotic in nature. But like you say, I mean, I'm quite impressed with not just your pronunciations of the Croatian surnames, as we see Alex Spellman here looking for a quick 11. It's going to be a 12 darter potentially here. Oh, and it's just a poor bounce and gives Romeo an opportunity. He's going to go triple 20. He's now going to need to have a setup. But what kind of pressure will Alex Spellman split the 38 or go for the 38? That's the question. Eyes on the 38, definitely going to go for it.
Game's on the third leg.
Mr. Consistency certainly not giving Romeo any chances. And this is probably going to be one of Romeo's toughest games of the day. Both players averaging 104 and 106 respectively, and it's that kind of game though. It's a great contest, great finishing, great scoring, great players. It's by far one of the best games of the day so far. I expect more. I do expect more.
It might even get better. That's the thing.
100.
And towards the end of the year, we see it every season here at the Modus Super Series. As we inch closer to World Championship darts at Alexandra Palace, there are going to be people who have won through international qualifiers who may take part here. And those qualifiers are very, very good.
137.
And if we may say so, these are two excellent players who haven't even qualified. And look at what they're doing.
$80.
Well, that is the risk with the way his darts behave in the final third. When they go in a little bit sideways, they do lose momentum.
92.
Great thinking.
Alex, you require 100.
Really good thinking. Just hold your breath, Romeo. Now you can breathe. And you can bring it to 2-2 in the fourth game of the day.
89.
Romeo checks this out. This would be
Romeo, you require 72.
This would be the fourth game under 15 darts, and he's going to have 1 dart at tops. He's been successful most of the day today on their tops, and this is certainly a tungsten tussle. If we look at it by leg, and this is so impressive, though. We see there 16-13, 13-15. This is exactly what we expected today. And I did expect this from Romeo. You did too. But Alex
44.
Spellman playing his part as the lead, the alpha dog on the log itself.
180.
That is the second maximum of the game for Romeo. And people are starting to take him seriously.
140.
If he can win this game, he will join Alex on 8 points. And the rest of the day,
96.
we are going to be really keen to see where he goes. In this fixture on Monday, Spellman won by 4 legs to 0. Gerbervat's had his worst game of the day, but so did Alex.
139.
The difference between that game and this, it's like night and day.
It's all about the Cocoa Pops, man.
105.
Yesterday they never had Cocoa Pops. Now, this morning, both of them had cereal. I've seen Alex have cereal this morning, so I'm sure that Romeo had as well. Just looking at the quality that we're seeing right now, we did expect it. But is it that
44.
after day one,
Romeo,
everybody has that
120.
kind of nerves and all of those things? We said that get settled in day one. And day 2 is where you start to kind of push on so that you can make the attempt for day 3. But this group is so tightly bunched. And the way the players are playing, I think that, like I said early on, it might just be an opportunity. It's a moment that's going to change, that's going to win somebody the log and not necessarily the points.
Tops.
Game show.
Finishing-wise, he has been
Romeo
spectacular. And that gives him a break and the lead for the first time.
It's Romeo to throw first.
This guy can play. This average is 105. And it's been maintained for a few legs now.
140.
Seriously impressive. He's got Alex's attention now. I know that it's a very famous day in the United States as they approach their favourite day of the year, which is Thanksgiving. But after making a little joke to Alex yesterday morning about the election, he said, "I'm glad I'm here." I think that says it all.
54.
It's a crazy world out there, but we in the world of Modus Super Series, and we loving every single dart thrown. Yeah, so is Romeo as he gets a 180. And he's now kind of moved on from the Achilles heel, the fourth leg on the board. And he's shown that yesterday we won his first game. Then he got to Andy Bolton,
60.
winning him 4-0. This morning, winning him 4-3. He's now poised to win this game 4-2 and put him at the very top of the mountain, along with Alex Spellman. But Romeo's pace, just the way he's playing, I'm really impressed by this guy. He's going to have to grab his shirt after this. Might not fit me, but I'll certainly have one of him hanging on my wall.
85. Romeo require 40.
Double 10. How good was that?
Shot and the match.
Serious darts from Romeo Gerbervat. That is a performance to remember. His best on the stage so far. And better than anybody this week. That's got everybody's attention. Yesterday he lost his first 2 games. Today he has won his first 2 games. And with that as well. That was a serious performance. And now he's towards the top of the table with Alex Spellman. But they've played more and more game than Andy Bolton has, and one more than Dean Finn has. They'll play each other next.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Gage
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Thank you for staying with us. At the end of this game, it will be 1/3 of our matches done for the day, just like that. But boy, are we being treated to some good darts today. Just like yesterday. Winning averages for Gerbervat of 95.85 and 104.5 just now against the fancied Spellman. It's not just that, though. Spellman played well himself, beating Evans 4-0 in game 2. And Andy Bolton lost his first game today, averaging 98.42. That's how good this group is. But what Andy would like is a bounce back
First leg, it's
and
Andy to throw
a second
first.
win against Dean Finn
Game on.
over the last couple of days. That will get him to 8 points alongside Roman, Gerbervat, and Spellman. If that happens, just like that, Dean Finn is 5th in the table. That's how fast things can change.
43.
Players are not just jostling to win the league, it's also jostling to find themselves in the groups B and C.
135.
In Group B, 3 players go through. Group C, 2 players go through. So it becomes a bit tougher. And also Group B is a late game. It's the 10 o'clock start. And Group C is a bit of a lunchtime start. So most of these players here, if you know you're in the position, which Dean will certainly feel as he's in,
140.
you want to kind of, if you're not winning, you want to be maybe in the Group B. Simply because there's a bigger opportunity and an extra space. But Andy Bolton here, not known for 180s,
180.
making sure he wants to stay in that space and get that 180.
68.
For me this morning, hasn't really found that his composure, he's as you say, the point that you say hello to every time, and I like that he did look a lot more composed and structured yesterday. Today is a bit more, the speed is slightly a bit different, and you can see that it's pulling slightly a bit to the left.
78.
Dean uses a dart that was designed by Bradley Brooks, a former weekly champion here. And he's looking at double 19.
120.
He's had some close calls today on shots like that.
Dean require 80.
Double 10. Back to the top.
75. And he requires
Just what Andy
38.
wanted. Another chance to take this first leg. And the early signs tell us that this is going to be a very competitive game again. Andy's done really well there because I am certain he didn't want that 10. He wanted a 6.
But
it illustrates
Game on.
that if you have 38 left, there's only one area of the board that you will use if you want to split. Go for the 10 or the 6. If you make a mistake...
36.
Well, just to clear that one up. That one was dangling against the board, but the point was touching the sisal, meaning that he got 1 extra point.
Greatest shot with that kind of example was Danny Noppert.
60.
He done that, and the bullseye was touched. And he got 170 points.
140.
I feel as though Dean Finn, when he finds there's a point in his pullback and when he's releasing, he literally does not miss that treble 20. And
60.
I think that's just based on his pace. And he's maybe trying to get into the game a lot quicker than he did before, or needed to before. But as we see it now, he's definitely taking his time and finding that pace.
180.
And that's the thing, though, like with players like Dean Finn, that's so staccato, so robotic. Once it's off, it's completely off. But once they find it, it's those
43.
small margins, a pullback that goes
145.
just a slight little 2 degrees further back. And he's definitely on the money here. And just the pace in switching, just getting the timing.
85.
I think he will settle in that, and I think he will find his feet. And we do have a player on our hands here.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. One of the best things about this place, if not the best thing, is the discovery of new names.
Game shot.
Just like that, it's a 14 darter for Finn, which has a nice ring to it.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
He's donning white today. Yesterday he was all in black. Some people don't have dart shirts yet.
81.
They have to go through their darting apprenticeship. And some people don't like dart shirts full stop. They like to just wear plain colours. Or is he just a big Steve Beaton fan?
55.
Wearing white today to pay homage to the retiring legend who will go from the PDC Pro Tour to World Seniors next year.
What a
100.
legend as well. I've spent loads of years traveling around with Steve Beaton, and the stories you hear and just the experience. And we used to practice before games as well.
81.
We used to have this finishing game that we used to play before every pro tour started. And I say that because I'm behind the mic here, I've got the
140.
better of him most days. But he would tell you a different story, and I'm sure that he's going to enjoy his retirement. He certainly put us all on the map
82.
with the sport.
Yes, it could be a really interesting end of the season with some legendary players
100.
hanging on by a thread in the top 64. If you don't keep your spot in the top 64 and don't get through Q School, then
56.
expect a
And he
phone call
required
from the
80.
Modus Super Series at the start of 2025. Double 10 is calling.
Game
And that's
shot
what
the
you do on
third
double
leg.
10. You go for the
Andy
top
Bolton.
bit of it. And that's a 2-1 lead for Bolton with yet another
Fourth leg, it's
14
Dean to throw
darter.
first. Game on.
Yeah, here to bring it up, but looking at the world rankings,
60.
going into the World Championship, the Grand Slam, the Players' Championship finals, there's a bit of a worrisome winter
55.
ahead for the likes of Mervyn King, Simon Whitlock, and some other players in that same
97.
vicinity in the rankings. But speaking to a lot of players at the end of last season, when they first came here, particularly
100.
Darren Webster, he said, I'm really looking forward to this year because I can come here for the first time and have a new experience. I can choose to play wherever I want to play.
94.
It's nice to have some choice. And when Andy wakes up in the morning, he's probably looking at a whiteboard on his wall saying, well, where am I going to play today then?
140.
Portsmouth is like a second home for him.
$58.
You think that Romeo Gerbavats is definitely going to make Saturday. Well, I think Andy is definitely going to make Saturday because he's done it 7 times out of 7 in settings like this.
138.
The only time he has not made Saturday was when he played in Champions Week. And that has happened twice, and that does not sit well with him.
96. And he requires 68.
Seeing a lot more head shaking from Dean Finn today, and didn't see that yesterday. You can feel the pressure as Andy Bolton looking to go
36. Then he requires 96.
Looking to go 3-2 up there with a mess.
We saw this earlier from Romeo Gerbavats for an 11 darter. We're not going to see 2 double 19s.
38. And he requires 32.
This game could be getting away from the Irishman. He's already lost 4-2 to Roman today. Is he 3-1 down? Yes, he is.
On the fourth flag. Andy Bolton.
Some people can have brilliant debut days, but come Tuesday and Wednesday,
Fifth flag, it's Andy to
you'll
throw
be up
first.
against the people who have done this before, day
Game
in,
on.
day out. And that is what you've got to learn with this discipline. It's not 1 day, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's possibly 5 leading into finals.
100.
If you know someone who's a really good dart player and they play once a week and they fancy themselves
132.
as a future pro, get them to play some vault darts with the ADC. Get them to qualify for this and put them up against this kind of talent and see how they talk after that.
140.
Because this is a marathon format. If you've never played 3 to 5 days in a row, playing somewhere between 15 and
95.
25 games in a week, you need to find out what it's like. Every dart player that does it says it's hard.
I think it's not just hard though.
100.
It's challenging because you're coming up against the very best, and it's the breaks between the games are very short. So if you've lost, you kind of almost have to go in every game fresh,
97.
new mindset.
And
You can't kind of go back and just think, I just lost that. I need to. It needs to be I'm going to just have a clear start and get that moving. Because if you don't do that,
129.
you'll find yourself, you'll be digging yourself a hole on that stage, which we have seen players do before.
The hole in the stage is now gaping like a
59.
trapdoor for Dean Finn.
And he required 32.
Because Bolton left this from 161. And he takes the game immediately with a 13 darter.
Andy Bolton.
That's a typical Andy Bolton display. 44% on the doubles. You'd take that most of the time. The average over 92. And he's smiling all of a sudden after a bit of a stuttering start against Romeo Gerbervat. He is very proudly now on 8 points with 3 other players. So, that's what we've just seen. Dean Finn is now down in 5th position, still on 6 points. But when we come back, Brian Rahman will have a chance to go to 10 points at the top of the table if he can beat Dave Evans.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow.
John
Bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. What a very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Cox for a very good throw. Live with that triple 20. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Indeed, we all like a bit of darts for fun, don't we? But it's serious business as well. Because right now, Rahman, who has been languished in the middle of the table the entire time in Group A so far this week, can now vault his way to the top. This is the last game of round 7 of 15. The 2nd of Tuesday. And Brian is the one who can go to 10 points. However, if David Evans has got any ambitions of staying competitive in this group, he better get a move on. He better figure something out. Because if he loses this one, he's going to be 8 points adrift of the top dog. Brian knows a thing or two about
First
being
leg,
top
it's
dog.
David to throw first.
He's won ranking tournaments
Game on.
around this continent. He's been to a finals night in Portsmouth before. And yesterday, when he was playing Evans, he won by 4 legs to 3.
82.
It was a very good game, including 6 maximums, Devon.
Brian Roman,
100.
when he finds that rhythm, he's going to be unplayable at times. Those 180s can change games like that. I mean, maximum scoring.
81.
But we do see sometimes he does kind of have a lackluster approach and just a nonchalant approach to the finishing.
57.
But he does have more opportunities on finishing more than most because of his 180 hitting. And I think that once those two kind of find their way together, Roman will be is going to be a player to kind of watch out for 2025 and just
60.
find that form that he had when he made it to the top of WDF.
I'm going to be honest, and I know that Brian's going to watch this back because he watches everything.
47.
I think him getting a tour card in January would be a mistake. I think he's better off staying at this level for another year, post-surgery, and just getting his confidence back to where he wants it to be by this time next season. I may be wrong, but that's just my opinion.
Bratton Roman just turned on the screws there. 180, put him in contention for this leg. And exactly like you're saying, the confidence needed, yeah. It's a different way of going for it. And now needs to set up.
63. David,
63 leaves him on 41. So David Evans here, we've been saying he should step away from the 32. And he's been really good on the tops. Just pulls it inside. Leaves the door open
50.
for Brian. And this is an early break.
Brian
And
require 41.
David Evans will find himself behind the 8 ball here if Brian Roman can sink this 41, and he does. And that's the nonchalant approach to a double. There was no pause. There was no timing taken out. He gets it more often than not. But sometimes in a crucial game, that could cost you.
It could, but I'm not sure he's going to change his way of thinking or his technique anytime soon. He's very watchable because he thinks about this game
60.
a lot quicker than others. And he executes a lot quicker as well. As to how effectively
97.
he executes, that is maybe his biggest issue. And that's something that is gradually being moulded back to where he wants to be.
60.
Let's play a little bit of name association, shall we? If I was to say the name David, who's the first David you think of?
100.
James.
The goalkeeper?
Yeah.
That's a very good example. Great goalkeeper.
100.
I would have gone with Beckham. He was quite good with his right foot.
I'm not a Man United fan, so I wouldn't have gone back.
139.
I don't think anybody's a Man United fan these days.
Joe Cullen is, your good friend.
They watch the game behind the sofa these days.
150.
David Evans
Ryan
there. I
requires
don't know
70.
if that couldn't have been calculated simply because the 38 didn't leave him on a finish. But Brian
Game
Roman
on the
with
second leg.
excellent
Brian Roman.
finishing. 2 from 2 so far. And the break and the hold now really putting the game away from David Evans. And David Evans has seen this happen before in the game before this against Alex Spellman, where there was finishing of class, scoring of top-notch ability, and he just never had a response. The one
78.
concern I do have about David Evans this morning is his arm is lower than it was yesterday. And you'll see most of his darts, unless he puts some effort in,
140.
drops low. That's a concern for him because the way in which he throws is very direct.
He's already had,
100.
I make 3 darts in this match that have missed drastically. And For me, I think it's about the dart slipping out of his hand. That double 19 was for a treble. It didn't do him any favours. He's had a dart going for the treble 20 that nearly hit the bullseye. I just wonder if it's a problem with the grip texture on the kit, whether he's getting used to something. We'll have to ask him about that in due course.
97.
He has been trying to keep his hands warm, and what that means is that there's going to be a bit more moisture on your hands, which then kind of adds to the slippy feel of the dart, really, and not being able to grip it really solidly like you would if it was dry hand. Yeah, Brian Rahman rushing through it, but what a great setup. Putting this
84.
David Evans throw under pressure. After 12, he's left 84, which is a great leg. But you think that his confidence would be shot with not having as many attempts. He only had one dart at a double in his game before this against Alex Spellman on the 156, and so far his
game shown
this game is not. Brian Rahman now 3-0 ahead. I think that it could be with the texture on his hand, the moisture, trying to keep it warm, and that's having an adverse effect.
This is 3-0 with 2 breaks.
99.
Brian looks hungry.
And that's not for KFC.
Well, let's play name association with Brian, shall we? Who's the first Brian you think of?
100.
Mine's the one from Family Guy because he likes Cool Whip.
Lara. You asked me that.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up Brian Lara again.
All right.
What a great legend. By the way, the old Cool Whip mention, that's for you, Jamie Caven. He's a big fan of that sketch with Stewie and the Cool Whip. Jamie's played with us in the past. He's working for the Professional Dart Players Association these days, doing a fabulous job.
58.
And Brian's doing a fabulous job here. He's within another maximum of setting up a match-winning double. He's already had 14 maximums this week. So many more than anybody else. And David Evans is staring down the abyss. There's 15.
180.
And this game's going to be finished in about 15 seconds. You can just feel it.
Brian Rahman so far just head and shoulders above David, and David's going to have to go to the practice room now.
Brian
but
required 36.
Brian Rahman needs 36. That's a pull. He wasn't sure what happened there.
I thought he did that on purpose. I assure you, he didn't. And he didn't do that on purpose either.
20.
So the game is not done yet. But he's got so much comfort and space that he can get rid of it next time.
Those kind of distractions come in and they change your entire complexion of the game. Switches off a bit. You know that plants a seed of doubt, and that can have an adverse effect because now you have to refocus. Fun and games are over. And he needs to get this double 8 now. Does not get it, and that's what I'm saying. As soon as that happens, you kind of switch off from that deadly kind of killer instinct that you have, and this game could get away from him now, and he'll be kicking himself and then be upset, and then we twisted this game completely.
2 brilliant darts from Dave Evans. Make that 3.
Shown the 4 flag.
And if anything else, that's just going to infuriate him even more because he's thinking,
David to throw
why
first.
am I not doing that more often? Finding 3 perfect darts. He has been erratic in this game, but if we may pay a compliment to Group A,
100.
erratic is an 85 average. How many times have we seen over the course of this series erratic games being 77, 79, 81? This is a sign of how good this group is. The erratic nature of Evans is a mid-80s average.
58.
It's all about the business on the Aki and the Modus series with this group,
45.
and you it gives us a lot to talk about and a lot of points to look at. But that first start of David Evans, consistently low and needing him to
push some effort. I think there could be a
60.
lean or shoulder drop. I mean, there's definitely, he's got a direct throw, so it's definitely not the way in which he's throwing. It's definitely due to the setup
100.
mechanics.
It could be something else as well. If the grip texture of his dart is not perfect, he might be gripping that dart just a little too
93.
firmly towards the back of it. As a result of a firm grip, you can actually engage more muscles in your arm
85.
and drag the dart low. That's free advice. Sometimes you don't grip the dart more, you grip it less. You want it to come out of the
60.
hand freely.
131.
Fireworks? Nah. We'll have to wait until later for fireworks.
99. David, you require 130.
This one's called the baby fish. And it will not be found. That one is off the hook.
40.
Brian gets another
Brian,
chance
you
at double
require
16 to
32.
finish this contest off. It could have been 4-0,
shot and the
but he will take 4-1 every
Brian
game if he can. After 7 rounds played in Group A, Brian Rahman leads the table by 2 points over Alex Spellman and Romeo Gerber-Vatz and Andy Bolton as well. It's a super competitive group, but with a 94.5 average and 40% on the doubles, it's always going to be very competitive. On this occasion, it got the job done, and Rahman leads. Welcome back to Portsmouth at the Live Lounge, and now we can have a little look to see where we stand as we approach the halfway point of the group here in Week 9. Gerber-Vatz has been very impressive today, putting in the performance of the day against Alex Spellman. Andy Bolton picked up a win after losing to the Croatian in round number 1. And we've seen Brian Rahman pick up 2 victories today, which results in him going to the top of the table. As you can see, he's on 10 points. Spellman, Gerbavats, and Bolton in pursuit. Dean Finn in a bit of trouble here. If he doesn't pick up a victory against Spellman in the next game, he may be cut adrift. So he's got to get a move on in the middle of today's schedule. So this is what we've got for you. A repeat of game number 9 from yesterday, where Finn did put in a 100-plus average against the American. It was one of the best games that we saw yesterday. Both performed, but it was the Irishman who came out on top against the throw as well. Today, he has the darts. The question is, Devon, can he use them effectively?
I think he's going to need to use them effectively, just considering how Alex has started his day off. Consistent, steady, just making sure that, I mean,
First leg, it's
in this group
Dean to throw
you're gonna not
first.
go. You're
Game
not
on.
going to expect to go perfect. You got the likes of Andy Bolton, Brian Rahman, Romeo as well. So what you're going to expect is real good darts and consistency. And I'm the only thing for me is I've seen obviously in the Dean Finn throw that there is some displacement about the pullback distance, and if we get that right, he'll just be
43.
continuing what he done yesterday. But Alex Spellman is certainly missed the consistency today. Dean will have his work cut out here, and I mean,
131.
came out yesterday at the blocks as a debutant, shining 3 out of 3, and since then, since the Andy Bolton loss, he's kind of been in a rut, really.
7 rounds down. Started with 3 wins, then 4 losses. But if I may be really fair to Dean, he really hasn't played that badly. Sometimes we see players lose 4 games in a row and they haven't really competed, but Dean has.
60. Dean require 130.
He leaves himself 130 after 9, which is a really good sign for him. Nice and high on this dart. Oh, you can just do that. That's so impressive. Another little seasoning of quality from Dean Finn, taking out the bust possibility completely.
95.
I just love the way he thinks about the game.
Alex Spellman there with a bit of a shuffle, a little smooth operator.
Dean require 24.
Dean Finn now needs the double 12, and
Game
not just a
shot
whole
the
throw,
first
but
leg. Dean Finn.
really a confident performance there, and it's what we come to expect
Second leg
of
is
Dean
Alex to
based
throw
on his
first.
performances
Game.
yesterday, and he's not really come out of the blocks like he did yesterday. So this is really refreshing to see, and he might have just fixed that throw flaw or that technical imperfection that he's experienced in the morning.
Every dart player on planet Earth has a cluster of
29.
tendencies. Some that they are aware of, some that they aren't. And when we're watching darts from close quarters, or indeed from home, as many of you guys are watching on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, you'll be focusing on the board or the player. What we have to do
96.
is find the other things that are going on. If you look at the left hand of Alex Spellman when he's retrieving here, look at it open up like a flower. Every time
81.
that happens, when he's about to throw the dart, the hand opens up. And that's a good thing because it means there's no tension in either
40.
hand. He's throwing it with real freedom. Look at it. Just opens up just like that. Because he doesn't want that thumb or anything to get in the way of the retrieval.
100.
We don't spend enough time talking about that aspect of the game. Forget about throwing. What about taking it from your left hand to your right hand, if you're right-handed,
92.
without
Alex
looking at it
require
and with ease?
120.
It's a difficult skill.
And it also means that you grip the dart in the same place every time, and there's a rhythm, there's a timing, everything that goes in with it. And from an analytical perspective, I mean, the sport is all about the razzle dazzle, but you look at the technical side of it, it's those small little minute changes and differences and
131.
things that players do that
91.
just give you the edge. And as a young player, you have to look at all of those aspects of the game.
51.
Nice and tidy
130.
from Alex Spellman there. If you're not going to take it, that's all he can do. And this one can't be taken.
89. Alex, you require 40.
Not as good as the first leg, but Alex won't care. Low and left.
20.
You can see what he's trying to do. Just missed the target. And from what we've seen so far, you can't leave Dean on double 12.
Game shot on the second.
He doubles
leg.
down.
Dean Finn.
And he's looking to double down on victories against Spellman.
Third leg, it's Dean to throw first.
Yeah, 100.86 yesterday with 4 out of 6 on the doubles, including that 148 checkout, which was the best of the entire day.
58.
Dean is a bit more animated today, and I think that's because he really wants it. He really wants to get those 2 days off and just chill out and gather his thoughts. And that would be a spectacular start to the debutants' Modus series campaign. Alex Spellman also knows that the mistakes that he's making is costing him the game, and it's slightly getting away from him because Dean held throw and then broke the Alex Spellman throw, and Alex has to break back if he's going to stay in contention. We do know that he can put some high finishes and high scoring in it, but the thing is, will Dean Finn relent on his scoring? And he doesn't look like he's going to relent with that maximum coming in there at a perfect time and just putting some pressure on the Alex Spellman and going, over to you, sir.
140.
Now they're both warmed up. This game is going into the same sort of territory as yesterday.
140. Alex, you require 87.
You get the feeling that Spellman needs to hit this. Bullseye.
Game.
That's exactly what he does.
Alex,
boy, did he need that 12 darter.
Fourth leg,
the signs are good. The form is looking promising. And the American, based on the interview from yesterday morning, is getting exactly what he wants from this week already. Good signs.
140.
If we can deviate away from the Super Series for just a second, the Grand Slam of Darts draw was made yesterday evening. And Leonard
85.
Gates, who won the Continental Cup recently to qualify for the Grand Slam, his group will include Snakebite Peter Wright, Smash Martin Lukeman, Voltage Rob Cross, the number 4 seed.
95.
That will be Group C. And there's been a lot of hot debate overnight as to which is the worst group. Well,
45.
For me, it's Van Gerwen, Gary Anderson, Ryan Joyce, and Nolan van Leuven. That is really tough.
There's a nice young group as well, Group H, and I like that group for. Yeah, you got the likes of Stephen Bunting, Josh Rock, Gian Van Veen, and Wessel Nijman. I mean, that's just sparks all over there.
Yeah, especially when Bunting is the oldest in that group by about 10 years, if not more. Almost a 141 for back-to-back 12s from Spellman. But he's done so well to get back into this match.
80. Alex, you require 24.
Double 12 is getting a lot of attention in this match. This one's got to be high and right.
Game
Or you can just go low and left.
Alex Spellman.
Don't take my advice, Alex. You're the one on the stage. I'm the one sitting with a microphone.
Fifth leg, it's Dean to throw first.
I can only speculate. You can execute.
Alex Spellman does what Alex Spellman does, and you just know if you're
94.
in that almost form, you can just place it in any part of the treble of the double bed, and he's doing the same with the treble. He just wants to stack it next to that and just find the 140. Doesn't get it, but the one thing that is a strong point on Alex's throw is his first start is nigh on perfect most of the times.
46.
And when he gets that right, I mean, that maximizes the opportunity of scoring.
Are you a fan of computer games, Devon?
100%.
Have you ever played Fortnite?
83.
I have, yes.
Did you know that Alex Spellman has actually been part of the coding process for that game?
We have spoken about it, yes, and he's quite famously known for
140.
his involvement in the game Fortnite. So all of you guys playing Fortnite and enjoying it, this dart player has had a hand in it.
100.
Let's face it, over the next month, he wants to spend a fortnight here. Because this week and a Champions Week would equal a fortnight.
45.
And if that's the case, it could be a very profitable one. He could earn something over £30,000 if he's successful this week and at the end of the season here in Portsmouth.
58.
But the end of the Modus Super Series this year is not the end of the action. We have the ADC Global Championship, and this week and next week we have the ADC and the
95.
WADC
Alex, you require 160.
Winmore Championship Tour finals as well. We'll get into that in due course. We've seen 2 legs for Finn, 2 legs for Spellman.
100.
What happens
You
next?
require 81.
That bullseye was a turning point for Spellman there, and quickly in quick concession there, just finding all of it. And now Dean Finn relinquishing
41.
this lead here, and we know
Alex, you
that
require 60.
the efficiency on the double tops for Alex Spellman has been prolific. 2 darts at the target now. He's got to slide this in under, and this is his party shot.
20.
He does not get it, and you can tell he's quite
You
upset
require
because he knows that was a massive, massive opportunity there that he let slip. And if there was a punching bag, I'm sure he'd have smashed it.
Game
Now
show.
that one's been smashed by Finn.
Dean Finn.
I can understand how Spellman feels because that
Sixth
was
leg,
an
it's Alex to
opportunity
throw
to break.
first. Game on.
He could have been trying to serve this one out now, but the result of missing 2 at tops is now that he needs to win 2 straight legs.
134.
Some of the other eye-catching groups in the Grand Slam, of course. How about Dimitri Vandenberg, Luke Littler, the 2-time champion here, Keen Barry and Lawrence Ilagan. That game with
46.
Littler and Ilagan, my word, that's a game to watch. And Lawrence is a player that a lot of people want to see here. I will not rest until Lowell is in the building.
123.
Dave Chisnell, Ross Smith, Richie Edhouse, the European Championship winner, and Connor Scott, the winner of the Challenge Tour. That is pretty enticing too.
100.
Bo Greaves, the first female player to win a title here in Portsmouth, and still the only player to have an undefeated week here at the Live Lounge.
130.
Has got Cameron Menzies, Martin Schindler, and Danny Noppert. That is a group I think she can get through.
I think the one question is
Alex, you
how,
require 109.
because she's not wanting to play against the men. That is probably the question. And if that has an effect on how almost engaged she will be
57.
in the games. She deserves to be there, 100%. But I think that it's just a slight little mind shift. But we'll all be glued to our screens, and
56.
Grand Slam is a
Alex, you
fantastic
require
tournament.
52.
Saturday is going to be a great day of darts. Darts wherever you look. Look at tops, though. That'll do
on the
for
sixth
3-3.
leg. Alex Spellman.
Yes, if you're planning your viewing for Saturday
Seventh and final leg is
and
Dean
you love
to
your
throw
darts,
first.
you
Game
couldn't
on.
wish for more than we're about to give you. Because the WADC will have their tour finals here on Saturday
65.
afternoon, live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And you could even come down and watch if you wish. If you reserve your ticket via this QR code, that will take you to the ticketing
64.
page of dartshop.tv. You can come and watch the WADC Tour Finals on Saturday afternoon, and for the same fee, you can come and watch the Week 9 finals of the Modus Super Series in Series 9. It's 2 for the price of 1.
77.
There's a small matter of the Grand Slam on as well.
Back to the action now, and you see Alex Spellman needing to break the throw and
140.
certainly putting the pressure on Dean for throw here, and it's a massive opportunity here for Alex. But Dean also needs to win this game, otherwise he'll be cut adrift and find himself lingering at the bottom of the log.
Let's put it this way. If Dean was to win this match, everything
43.
has gone right today for Brian Roman. Literally everything.
Even his hair day.
He's never got a hair out of place. He's not Lee Cox.
139.
Nobody's ever going to be Lee Cox. That man wakes up in the morning and his hair is never out of place. A remarkable individual. But this could be a remarkable performance for Finn. It's a rare occasion where Spellman does not average over 90.
87. Dean, you require 80.
Can Finn expose the American and take him out? Double top. Very well done. He needed that.
Dean Finn.
After a 4-game losing streak, he is now back in the winner's circle, and he's relieved to be that. He's back in contention as well. He's on 8 points, and he joins Spellman and Gerbevats and Bolton on that total. When Roman comes back, he's going to see lots of people in his rear view mirror, including the Irishman now. Speaking of Gerbevats, he's up against David Evans in the middle match of the day. That's coming up next. This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. 26 180s in total last night, I think. Might get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later, because last night he had a crack at this.
128. Richie
didn't get dart 8.
41.
He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McCarr.
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match. Danny
It's incredible.
Win for Jeffrey Slam, defeating Ivan Bode at 6-5 as
59.
Heenahan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. won in the opening game. Like buses.
108.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Connie require 141. Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heenahan.
Conor Heenahan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the Modus Spooky series, where wicked wonders and enchanting arrows are taking place and all sorts of scary stuff is happening. And here is what has happened. Hubble bubble, toil and trouble. Who can hit the winning double? Where darts fly fast and spirits flow, players face their fears with every throw. In a setting that feels so very eerie, this is the Modus Spooky Series. Wow! I've heard it on the grapevine that he's going to be dressed as a mummy.
No, you've misread the brief. He's going to be dressed by his mummy.
The man who's going to be playing in Champions League, Andreas Harrison, is here alongside us. Andreas, great to... Oh, it's Glenn Durham. Hi, Glenn.
Hi, Ron.
Nice to see you on this Halloween Eve.
Oh, 20.
As it turns out, Marvin van Velsen did see a ghost. It wasn't behind Gary Stone. It was in the form of Scott Taylor on Saturday night, because the defending champion, after the spooky series last week, he was knocked out in the final match. So now that we forget about the spooky series, let us look forward to some fireworks for the rest of the day, because it's November the 5th. Let's not talk about why we celebrate November the 5th, because it's a somewhat dark story from 500 years ago. But let's have some fireworks on the dartboard. And we got some from Romeo Gerbervatz a little bit earlier, didn't we? With that 104.5 average when he beat Alex Spellman by 4 legs to 2. And that means that Spellman has lost his last 2 games.
First leg, it's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
Well, if Romeo was here last week, what would he have dressed up as?
100.
Would he have brought Juliet?
I think maybe an Oompa Loompa.
Come on, Devon, you weren't here last week. Who had the best costume?
I'm going to say Chris Murphy by a long shot. I mean, that green hair.
81.
I mean, you can't. I mean, that's his natural hair. So that was more or less what won it for me, simply because I have less. And I think.
Do you not mean Curse Murphy, by the way?
Oh, that's Curse Murphy, the G host. Yes, the ghost. But I think that, I mean, the spooky series was certainly something to. It's creative, it's fun. And I think that's what the Modus series is. It brings not only a serious element to the sport, but also the fun element to the creativity that you guys have. And I think that spooky series was certainly one to enjoy. Chris Murphy certainly enjoyed it with the green hair. He said he kept his hair for the evening show and never looked out of place.
100.
We can now confirm that Chris Murphy's hair is no longer green. And unfortunately for Glenn Durant, he is still referred to as a former Premier League champion. And if you're watching Glenn,
150.
you might want to sharpen that knife. It looked very blunt.
77.
This is a bit of a turn up for the books, isn't it? Has somebody woken up Lurch, David Evans? 88. And I'll say Lurch's favourite line.
No score.
I'm not going to say it.
That's
83.
not the favourite line.
No, it's
but
not.
But the 32 there, again, still haunting David Evans. Now the bullseye. That would be the haunting shot.
52.
He's got another 3 in hand for the 32.
Come on, hit it this time. Okay, hit double 9.
14.
It's not there. The scoring was good in
Romeo,
this
you
leg,
require
and now he
31.
could pay the price for 6 missed darts at a double.
$23.
There will be
David,
games
you
in
require
group
80.
scenarios where both players will just be a bit scratchy. Double 8. Whatever is
2.
not working for Evans
you
right
require
now,
8.
he needs to acknowledge it and he needs to put it right. Double 1.
6. David,
The
you
worst case
require
scenario for
16.
Evans right now is he doesn't know what's happening.
Game show on the first leg.
Well, it's a bit late,
David Evans.
but Lurch's favourite line was, "You rang."
Second leg, it's David to throw
If
first.
you didn't watch The
Game
Addams Family back in the day, before the movies were made, it was black and white on TV. It was fabulous.
I don't know if... I
81.
mean, many of the young people that watch that now, I mean, I don't even remember the black and white version of it. So I'm not going to say
81.
that you are maturing like a fine wine, but I am saying that you have been on the shelf longer than most. So
I've even got my own shelf these days.
99.
Still youthful at heart, but I mean, David Evans, it's almost
95.
hard to kind of assist or even give advice on what's happening with him, because number one, he doesn't know. Number two is we can only speculate because that first dart's going low. So you'll put a lot of things to place. But in result of that, Romeo now has been up against
60.
it all the time. The averages that he's been beating has been 97, 96. And now he's coming up against a David Evans, a game that you think he would just roll over or roll
40.
David Evans over. He's kind of started this out as probably his poorest game yet.
Absolutely right.
58.
We know the talent is there. But what we are starting to see is a little bit of evidence that he's enigmatic. If we look at yesterday, for instance, when he got his first
93.
win of the campaign against Evans, averaging 98.9, after that, he lost to Spellman 4-0,
85.
averaging less than
David, you
80.
require 88.
So there is a precedent for this. Double 7. He's already hit it in the match.
74. Romeo, you
It's
require
going to be the 18s also for
122.
Romeo if he chooses. Needs 4 for the bull.
$75.
Good try.
David, you require 40.
Bullseye is missed drastically low. Got to be aggressive. Well, how does he find this? It's a good job he's so tall. He can see over the top of the first flight.
No score.
He almost threw that one from Gosport.
Romeo, you require 47.
The one thing that we haven't actually kind of picked up on is that Romeo had a 3-game almost layoff from his last or 2 and a bit. And could that have obscured
50.
his
David, you require 40.
form a bit? Like just maybe sat down a bit too long, maybe never picked up the darts, just thought, I'm going to just go up there. And he's struggling a bit to find it. But David Evans certainly not pushing him.
10.
It's also a contributing factor.
Romeo, you require 32.
We've already had 24 darts at a double in this match. It's only leg 2.
On the second leg.
It is 1-1.
Romeo Governbats.
And it is 25 darts at a double. You don't need to know much more
Third
than
leg
that.
is Romeo to throw first. Game on.
I think you might be onto something, Devon, because the game break that he had between Evans and Spellman yesterday was 3 games.
96.
Because we flip the script 180 degrees from Monday to Tuesday, he's had that same 3-game gap again. And the
45.
disparity between the two performances is there again.
It's just to be noted, like, what do you do in that?
59.
When I'm at the back, I'll have one game off and just kind of catch your breath, because you don't really catch your breath when you're playing that kind of game after game, really, scenario. And David Evans just can't catch a break here. Just left, low, right, high.
24.
It's just not in target, shaking.
$97.
He just doesn't know what's happening. And this is the worst position a dart player can be in.
100.
We know he's talented, but there are going to be days where something just isn't right.
55.
How many times have we seen it in cricket? Someone's the best batsman in the world. They go out for a duck. Someone like Rory McIlroy or Brooks Koepka on the golf course.
58.
Highly ranked, highly fancied. They go out and shoot 77. Sometimes sport, it has these
58.
tendencies to make you question it. Just to remind you that it's not easy.
It's the human factor that comes into play. It's
60.
how you prepare. Did he
Romeo
sleep well?
136.
Does he have enough carbs in him? Does he have enough? Is he hydrated? Is his mind foggy
46.
or alert? All of these elements, I mean, could there be an issue underlying that is kind of just making it hard for him to really focus on only the darts? And you can tell with every dart there's a sigh, it's just not happening for him. He'll be very upset.
I'll give you an example in the next leg because it might be over, this one. And that is how you take out 90.
Third leg.
Somewhat fancy from Romeo, but he'll take a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Last night, there was a London derby match at Craven Cottage between Fulham and Brentford. Brentford were winning that match until the very end. Harry Wilson came on the pitch, and even in the first couple of minutes of him being on the field,
21.
Brentford were thinking, we are defending so well here, there's no way you're getting past us. 10 minutes later, Fulham won 2-1.
89.
Because of two pieces of genius from Harry Wilson. One, a flick at the front post, and a header at the back post. Sport is not predictable. Now that's a team environment
50.
example to give you. David Evans right now is a singles example where he's got talent, but at the minute, he just can't find it.
It's as if you're in a museum and you see these beautiful paintings and you go straight up against it. You're not really going to be able to see the beauty of the picture. You're just going to try and struggle and just see the colors individually. And what David Evans needs to do is take a step back and just start from the beginning again, because he can use Tuesday as a setup and then Wednesday just to find something so that later on this week he'll either find himself probably in Group C. And if he's in Group C, I mean, he'll be able to, because he's had 3 days of figuring out the problem. And if it goes from there,
43. David
he'll be
requires
making
70.
sure that he's going to give a great account for himself.
Yes, today is about acknowledging the issues. Tomorrow's about putting them right. And Thursday and Friday, by the looks of it, are going to be execution days.
50. Romeo require 89.
It just didn't feel likely that he was going to take that tops. But this bullseye felt very likely.
On the fourth leg. Romeo goes.
2 balls in a row for Romeo. And he's almost done.
Fifth leg against Romeo to throw first. Game on.
I feel as though, especially when you watch games like this, you actually see, especially when you animated in a negative way.
44.
When you're confident and you're walking tall and you're just doing all of those things, that's great. But when you're animated in a negative way to your opponent, that's almost giving them two legs, because they're going to be confident.
59.
They're not going to be. They're going to be at ease when competing. So you know that the shots they're going to go for is going to go in. And that just adds and piles onto the negativity that you have floating in your brain anyways.
Whatever Romeo does for the rest of his career, he will always remember that the first person he beat here was Dave Evans.
41.
And he's already done the double over Bolton.
85.
If he gets another double, and more specifically, if he wins this leg, he will go top of the table, making a bit of a mockery of his odds before play started today.
35.
But this is only the halfway point of this group. The middle of round 8. This is where we can say this is the top of the mountain, and everything after this is downhill.
To note, though, Romeo is a debutant in this, so this will all be very new to him, but winning isn't new to him. Competing at the highest level isn't new to him. It's maybe just surroundings, and yesterday was an indication of his ability and his level, because like we said early on, he could have gone 5 out of 5 yesterday.
130.
And now, today, so far, he's on a perfect run, and he's really, really looking accomplished. I'm sure that when he goes to the back in the players' room, it's very different for all those players, just seeing how good of a player he is. David Evans shaking the hand there. Must feel so uncomfortable. All he wants to do is just get off the stage, and a bit of a showman shot, yeah.
Can he find the second bullseye?
78.
It was unlikely. The only way he was going to find it was if he elevated that third dart and just chipped the top of the barrel. But this is a very advantageous position for Romeo.
$60. Romeo, you require 47.
He's got to be leaving double 16 here. He's been so good at it. To get rid of this game before there's any more trouble.
$31.
Earlier in the week, he found himself in this kind of position, and he ended up losing twice. The last thing he needs is for Stretch to just inch up on him,
100.
leave himself on a
Romeo,
two-darter like he's just done, and nick the game away. It could still happen.
Score. David, you require 100.
David Evans took out a 118 against Brian Rahman. And now he went tops there. Unfortunate brave from the young man.
23. Romeo, you require
Romeo.
16.
5-match darts missed, and
Good
it's the 6th one.
shot
It's
out of the match.
16,
Romeo
double 16 there.
Gomez.
Double 8 for Romeo. 4-1 the victor over a struggling David Evans. It's been the Romeo show today. It's so far is perfect. Next up, it's going to be the maximum machine against Mr. Consistency. Brian Rahman versus Andy Bolton.
Back to work for the Riddler up against X Factor in this 9th game of the day. And after seeing Romeo Gerbevats pick up the double against Dave Evans over the last couple of days, we now have a new leader. But that could change again. It can actually change in 2 ways. Roman wins this game, he goes top on 12 points. But if Bolton wins, who is currently sitting in 4th position in the table, he'll go to 10 points as well. And if he wins handsomely, he could elevate himself to the top after 8 rounds of play in this group. This is really tight stuff.
Brian to throw first. Game on.
There's only 2 points separating the top 5. It's only Dave Evans at the bottom who has struggled. This is a great group.
It now becomes an important fact to note that it's not anymore about the points as much as it's important, but it's also the legs and how you, if you are on the negative side of the result, it's how you lose. You want to be losing 4-3 because I feel as though the leg difference column is going to be the differentiating factor of the winners of this group.
Now, before we get into the meat and potatoes of this game here, we've been talking about darts in its entirety around the world for seasons now here at the Modus Super Series. Just to give you an indication of how global and how widespread darts is in a week like this, these are the tournaments that are happening. You've got the Asia Pacific Cup happening in Taipei. By the way, the opening ceremony of that was glorious. And I love the Japanese team's suits. They always get it right. So that's happening. The World Senior Masters is on in Sunderland this weekend.
100.
You've got the Taiwan Open. You've got the Slovenian Open. Slovenian Masters. The Irish Open's on in Killarney. On top of that, you've also got some events on in America, in Colorado.
51.
You've got the Grand Slam of darts as well. And all of the stuff that's happening here in Portsmouth.
94. And he requires
Darts
106.
has never been in a better place than it is right now. Speaking of being in a very good place,
74.
that's where Brian could be if he takes out 57.
And just like you said there, take your pick. Where do you want to go? Brian, yeah, with an opportunity, and he gets it. You can tell he's building in that confidence. Andy Bolton just missing out on the 106 and getting it solid there. But like you say, Paul, I mean, you've been in the game for a long time, not just on the hockey, but behind the hockey as well, and behind the microphone, and seeing the sport in having so much to offer globally.
43.
Does it not kind of get you excited to get back on the hockey?
I wasn't really ready for that question.
98.
Yes and no. I love what I do. I still throw. I still fully intend to throw in the future. As to where and when, that's the question.
139.
What a beautiful answer. You've thought that through as well.
I'm no politician.
You've not added any definitive answer there, but you've given me some spiel on exactly what you're not doing.
Yeah, just over 25 years ago, there was a very famous line in the movie Jerry Maguire by the fictional character Frank Cushman. And he said, talking and saying nothing is an art I have not mastered. Well, when you've been in this sport for over 15 years, it's something that you learn to do.
45.
I think that, yeah, your playing days are definitely not over. I mean, the quality will always forever and ever be there. I think it's just the hunger and the want to actually perform. I've seen you win some Players' Championships. Seen you win at the UK Open, where you famously beat Phil Taylor as well.
Yeah, that was a nice day.
I don't know. Has anybody ever asked you about the wave?
Though?
You know, Because everybody thought you were waving Phil off, but you were waving the demons off or something like that.
Oh yeah, it came out of the bag. I was whipping him off.
So all this time I believed a lie.
Brian McCoy, 124.
Brian Roman now needing 1, 2, 4. But certainly not. And
63.
Andy Bolton only
60.
needs to get the 60 points. He does like the tops, though, to just hold throw. And he doesn't want to make another mistake like he did before. It's getting tight. Gets a double 10.
Second leg.
And
Andy
he
Bolton.
keeps himself limber. Just a bit of a, no shimmy, but certainly just keeping his shoulders loose and arm loose and making sure that he can stay in contention.
If and when there's a bit more darts merchandise out there, if somebody ever has an Andy Bolton bobblehead, it's probably one of the most appropriate products because nobody warms his neck up more than Andy Bolton.
58.
He's a very good singer, is Andy. He's warmed up a few crowds
43.
at Lakeside, and I've heard him singing with John Henderson's other half, Veronica. They've done a couple of duets together.
44.
He's one of those people on the circuit that if you spend a genuine amount of time, a few hours, maybe a couple of days with him, he's got a great sense of humor. He's incredibly wise because he's been around the block a few times. But he is someone that I think has changed over the years.
140.
He's evolved into a dart player that is very highly respected.
85.
But I still believe there's something going to happen for him. Something big is going to happen for this man in the next couple of years. I can feel it.
He's definitely got all the ability and all the
139.
quality as well. He manages his emotions well. He performs well on the hockey. He's consistent with his performances.
140.
And you kind of know that you
Andy,
have to.
require 120.
Andy Bolton doesn't give you a game. You have to beat him. And this for a break of throw, yeah. And he needs the tops. He's missed it before, but this time, same spot, just under.
Brian requires 75.
Brian Roman can breathe a sigh of relief there, but the job's not over. He's only going to have one. He should have had one dart.
69.
It's the rush in the throw there, and that's
20.
cost him.
That one stings. It stings even more if Andy hits right down the barrel.
15.
Maybe that dart at fives was just a little bit flat.
Require 6.
Roman looking for the trapdoor.
2.
He is livid.
Andy require 5.
I always feel like that's a waste, though, if you go for the double three, but in the back of the mind, you're going, I'm going to go for double two instead, 2 double 2. If you just go with that, you'll have 2 clear shots, won't you?
Brian require.
Because you're not going to go hard for double 3 if
4.
you're thinking that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, this is a leg that both players want to forget. Wow.
No score.
Wow. 3 on the wire.
Andy require.
He checks with VAR, and it's still a chance for Bolton. One last chance.
Game shot.
And he takes it on double one.
Andy Bolton.
It's a 2-1 lead for Bolton. He will not understand how. And
Full
that will
flag,
leave
it's
the
Andy
Riddler
to throw first.
really angry.
Game on.
Watch out, Batman. The Riddler is very angry. Do you remember who played the Riddler?
Jim Carrey.
Indeed. Played a great role. Do you know the real name of the Riddler
60.
in Batman?
No, I don't.
Edward Nigma. Enigma.
59.
That's where it comes from.
Look at
Enigma. I remember the famous line from that movie because that was the movie where Val Kilmer was Batman.
95.
Jim Carrey said, "You were supposed to understand. I'll make you understand."
58.
Now that might be a nice tagline for Brian if he was going to have a chat with Double Two.
122.
You say Enigma. Do you know what the Enigma is as well? It's in Milton Keynes, or it was in Milton Keynes back in the day. The supercomputer. First supercomputer
95.
to decode... it was to decode the German Morse code. And it was, created in... was designed and created in Milton Keynes.
Yeah, just outside in Bletchley. Which is where, I believe, Fallon Sherritt is from.
177.
Yeah, that gets everybody's
And
attention, doesn't it,
require
Brian?
164.
That was pretty cool. Whip.
$58. Brian require 112.
The scoring wasn't the problem in the previous leg. It was the finishing that let him down. Double top.
72. And he require 106.
I'm going to tell you in the next leg why I use the word whip, by the way, because it really does signify how Brian throws darts. Is he going to stay there? Yes. Very intelligent.
80.
That one he
Brian,
thought was
you
good.
require 40.
Just shy.
Game
That
shot
one's
the
good though,
fourth
2-2.
Brian Roman.
But if you look at the way that Brian throws darts,
Fifth leg,
I
it's
would
Brian
classify
to throw
his release as
first.
very whippy. Because when you try
Game on.
to let go of a whip like Indiana Jones, you have to let the wrist go when it goes crack. Look at this release. It's very whippy.
He's whipping up something here with a big max and a great break of throw, so it would come back to throw. But starting like this, I mean, Brian Roman, you know that he's missed the 180 so far over the first 2 days, and you kind of feel as though if he gets that scoring correct, just that start pace on that first start, once that goes in, you kind of feel it's like you said, he's whipping the treble 20 and it is screaming.
$122.
What that maximum does for Brian at the start of this leg is it ensures that he's had at
85.
least one maximum in every match. That's very impressive. Considering this is the end of round 8. That is 8 consecutive games.
140.
With at least one maximum.
Brian require 160. $60.
All he can
And
do is take
require
himself down
142.
to a 2-darter. And Bolton knows all about this number. Hit it yesterday. Not this time. He went for the same route.
102. Brian, you require 100.
Will we see a tops, or would it be a in the middle? Might be a tops.
I've seen him do that before.
64.
He likes to go
And he requires
54-26. He hits the 26 to lead 36.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Andy Bolton.
Make of that what you will, but it's 3-2 Bolton.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
We mentioned the word enigma. Well, this game has been somewhat enigmatic. It could have gone either way so far. And I wouldn't be surprised
98.
at the end of this to see a 4-3 victory for Roman because it's been so topsy-turvy.
99.
Do you remember the other villain that was in that Batman movie with the Riddler?
Penguin, was it?
Harvey Two-Face, played by Tommy Lee Jones.
Yes, I remember that. You love movies, don't you?
I do.
100.
Got a VIP Netflix account, I take it.
I don't get paid that much.
94.
So you are saying that you get paid much then? That's why they pay you the big bucks,
I'm
Nick.
saying nothing. I don't get paid as much as Andy Bolton does. He goes wherever he goes and he picks up checks wherever he goes. That should be a chant.
84.
I feel as though a maximum here for Brian Roman is where he wants to just a max score, and that's perfect. Now puts the pressure on Andy on this 219, and he can't make a mistake. He needs to leave it Andy. But how handy will Andy leave it?
Okay, handy Andy.
139.
That's a detergent in
Ryan
South
require
Africa.
170.
Is it? Well, what Brian is facing now is a possible first defeat of the day. He has not lost
130.
since he lost to Andy Bolton
Andy
yesterday.
require 80.
Is Bolton the thorn in the side of the Riddler? Is Bolton Batman?
60.
Not quite.
Ryan, you require 40.
I feel like Brian's approach to this can't be snappy, can't be quick. It needs to be taking time. And that
Game
slides in,
number
and
6
he knows how important
Brian
that
Ronan.
is. And I would bet
7th
that
and
he's going to
final
hit a
leg, it's
maximum
Brian
in
to
this
throw
last leg
first.
simply by
Game
just
on.
taking his time, understanding the situation, and really wanting to ensure he's in that spot. I've never seen him take that long to get on with the game.
Neither have I.
100.
But then again, when it comes to Belgian dart players, them taking a bit of time to start a leg is not a new thing.
No, Dimitri just takes a bit longer than most.
100.
Back at the UK Open, Dimitri was taking so much time at the start of some of the legs, I could have made a paella in that time.
140.
But he still won the UK Open, and you can't argue with that.
82. I think it
82.
all goes just how you want to throw the game in your pace. Andy Bolton shows that. And that determines how players play. And Brian Roman, if he takes his own pace, he'll be one of those very top players in the end.
By the way, just for the record, Brian doesn't like paella. He likes ramen noodles. Isn't that right?
60. Brian require 161.
What does he want to do here? 85 left.
105.
I like that option. And we did say after 5 legs, don't be surprised if Brian walks away with a 4-3 victory, because this game has been really hard to call. You don't all the time suspect that you're going to
99.
get a game
Brian
with
require
Brian in
56.
it that's going to last the thick end of 19 minutes. But the game is over,
Shot at the
and he's done really well
Brian
to hold in that
Roman.
last leg in 14 darts. He stays undefeated, and now he's top of the tree. He's a really, really good player, and he's proving it just a little bit more here this week. Level on points. He was, now he's ahead of Romeo Gerbervats by 2, and Andy Bolton is now 4 adrift after that 4-3 loss. 3 rounds are down, and when we come back, it will be Gerbervats trying to hit back against Dean Finn. Welcome back, darts fans, and welcome to the carnage that is Group A. We now have a lot of different results. Today we've seen every single possible result. We've seen a bagel for David Evans against Spellman. We've seen 4 1s, 4 2s, and 4 3s. But nothing as dramatic as what we've just seen with Brian Roman winning from 3-2 down to take his way to the top of the table once again. He sits there solely on 12 points, with Gerbervat's chasing, and Spellman and Bolton and Finn have got a little bit more to do, especially when we go into round number 4 of today. So first up, one of 2 scenarios will come to pass. Gerbervat's will go to 12 points alongside the Belgian, or Dean Finn is about to join Romeo on 10 points. This is very much a 5-horse race for the top spot over the next couple of days. Evans is cut adrift. But if some of these players don't play well at the end of today and early tomorrow, they may be cut adrift as well.
We did say that Mondays is where you kind of find your feet. Tuesdays is where you sit up for the kill, and Wednesdays is the day that you don't want to be making any mistakes. And so far, I mean, everybody's been punching. Nobody's been landing knockout blows, except for this guy.
140.
Romeo just out of the blocks. Even when he plays poorly, he still manages to find a few games that he can kind of knit together and put the opponents just behind the 8 ball. He's really been I'm not even going to call him a dark horse anymore, because he's clearly shown that his level of competition and just his competition play, he's had the very best thrown at him and has responded every single time. So testing him, testing his ability, testing his grit and his emotion on the Aki, he's answered them all. So certainly the player for me of the day.
81.
Yeah, best performance of the day, there's no doubt about that. But the interesting thing about round 3 was that Gerbervat was able to win a match averaging 34 points less than his previous performance. If Matthew Edgar was sitting in your seat right now, Devon, he'd be saying that range is way too much. You've got to be a bit more Alex Spellman-like. You've got to have a tight range of top performance to bottom performance. So what we're going to do for the rest of the week is just keep an eye on what Romeo does in that regard.
95.
We know the ceiling of performance is there.
40. Game shot on the
and
first
we know
leg.
what he can do considering
Romeo
that first leg of
Gerbervat.
this game.
Second leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
I think you might be onto something with that game gap. When he's got 3 games off, he's less effective. He's had to wait
58.
1 game to come back to this. And he looks like a different player.
No doubt. It's managing that, and I think that's the experience that that Andy Bolton has. And if you've come here very often, you kind of understand that happens, because you're kind of thrown into the deep end. You're playing games rat-a-tat, and then there's a break. And when you experience that break, it's knowing what to do in that break so that you maintain that level. And luckily for him, he played against an out-of-sorts David Evans that could have nearly taken some points away from him there, and he has dropped some leg points, which will come into kind of question at the end. But I feel as though, like you say, that gap is really something he needs to take note of.
98.
Dean Finn just managing the game correctly, and I just feel as though there's a bit more push in his shoulder today than it was yesterday.
85.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Because he doesn't throw the dart, he pushes it, which is very much like Conor Heenahan.
100. Dean require 125.
This finish is called Hollywood. But Dean Finn is obviously a fan of Rod Harrington, because that was the way he used to go for it.
40. Romeo, you require 100.
He would have gone 45 tops.
This 103 can go. he'll go 11 and double 16. He's definitely
Game
got.
shot the
He's
second
done that
leg.
before, and
Romeo
you
Gerber
kind of know that when he's in that range, that
against Romeo to throw
116
first.
below,
Game.
117 below, he kind of finds a way to get a dart simply because he does everything correct with his first dart, making sure that that's the
45.
lead. And it's easier said than done, and his first dart definitely moving in the space, and that's almost the, what's the word? He diffuses opponents
85.
based on his first start hitting every time, because they see that first start land and then they know that it's going to be a 140 and a minimum a ton, because he doesn't miss left to right. It's always high and low just because he's so straight down the middle. It's fantastic to see.
140.
Gerbervat's recently made the last 16 of the World Masters in Budapest. He took out Ben Robb of New Zealand in the last 32 by 5 legs to 4, but he would fall to the Sweet Ferret of Sweden by 5 legs to 0 in the last 16. If he'd won that game,
140.
he would have faced one of the weekly winners in this series in the quarterfinals, in Kai Gotthard, who eventually succumbed in the final match to Wesley Plazier. This is getting a bit drastic now for Dean. All he can do is leave tops.
96.
But Gerbervat has turned up here. He's on it again.
68.
That was a big chance for 3-0. I don't think he's going to get another chance.
Game shot on the third leg.
Dean solid on the finish there, and Romeo nearly
Full play against
taking that,
Dean
but
to throw first.
just the level of play, and he's turned up, switched on. You can tell his little smirk and smile there. Certainly not happy that he missed, but it can tell you a lot about his confidence levels, and just knows that he's playing so well that he's going to get more opportunities, and he's hoping that he's going to take it.
134.
The relatively most important thing for D now is he doesn't want to be cut adrift here, because then, I mean, he's in the bottom half simply because of his leg difference. But I mean, he didn't play well back end yesterday, and he doesn't want to repeat that again today.
How are you on your famous Croats, by the way, Devon? Are you up on famous Croatian sports people?
Not at all. I'm not as well versed in as you are, Paul. I managed to focus on proudly South African moments mostly.
There's plenty of those.
We are dominating in the sports. Not so much in the darts internationally, but yeah, on the continent definitely, and other sports. But yeah, give me some of your knowledge.
Well, Goran Ivanisevic, the famous left-handed Wimbledon champion.
96. Romeo 131.
That was a great story when he won at Wimbledon. Not the only
91.
Croatian individual to have won a Grand Slam tennis tournament as well. Marin Cilic won at Flushing Meadows a few years ago. Dean Finn looking for treble 19.
130.
Well, Romeo, hit tops with your first start. It would be an ace. Well, that's a fault.
6.
It's a massive fault. This game could have been sewn up 4-0, and Dean Finn counting his lucky stars, and just it's the luck of the Irish. It's now 2-all. You look at Romeo's game there, and you realize he had 2 darts for 76. He had 4 for tops. He's definitely giving himself opportunities.
140.
So he's losing legs that he should be winning, and he's going to start becoming more animated as you see it slip away, because he now knows that he's in the very top of the
44.
The league itself, and a win here will mean that there's a shoot-off or a shootout between him and Brian Ramon at the end, which is his closest competitor.
82.
Ireland's had some pretty famous sporting stars over the years as well. Golfers, athletes, footballers, rugby players.
97.
You name it, they've had it. They've had some great dart players too. The great Tom Kirby. William O'Connor. Steve Lennon.
21.
Keane Barry.
Romeo required 167.
The list is endless. What's happening here? That's happening here.
On the fifth leg.
That is sensational from Romeo
Gerbevats.
Gerbevats. The best finish we've seen this week by nearly 20 points.
Game on.
That's a wild finish. He didn't even need to go. Dean Finn was nowhere near. Dean was closer to Ireland than he was to finishing that game. And the 167, that's just a little moment of brilliance.
140.
And it can, that tells you exactly the confidence he's gaining on that
95.
stage as he continues to move on. And the Achilles heel for him early on was getting to 3 and then kind of unraveling a bit. But you can tell he's certainly getting more comfortable. And then Modus Super Series stage is now giving us the highlight of the day, Nico.
Arguably now the highlight of the week. We might go this whole week and not see a finish better than that. Numerically,
100.
That is probably the most difficult finish you can have on the dartboard. And now he's put himself in position to win the game if Dean Finn does not take this 1-2-1. We haven't even mentioned Romeo's average in this game. If he takes this 86 out, he's going to be even better than he was in his second game of the day. Double 16. That puts him in a very elite category. Look at what he's just done. 4 out of 10 on the doubles. A 167. Check out in the penultimate leg. He's missed 6 darts at double in that match and has still averaged 109.5. Romeo Gerbevats is for real. Take him seriously. If you don't, you will lose.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game for that pie face, dominated throughout.
Well, if you didn't enjoy that last game, you don't enjoy darts. So just take that on board. 109.5 the average, and everybody in this group and the darting world now know that Romeo Gerbevats can do stuff. And very good stuff at that. How good was that, Devon?
I think, I mean, at the start of the show, I did say that the 10-1 shot was, or the odds that was on it was a kind of a long odds. He was the value bet there, and I'm sure that that's going to change now for tomorrow as well. You look at just the man's ability to rush to the first three. He's great at scoring. His first 9 would be massive. And when he gets his finishing, like we saw that 167, which was a party trick, he didn't need to do it, but he wanted to find something just to get some momentum. And then in the end, 109 plus change. Come on. Romeo, you have arrived, sir.
And people are aware of it. Brian Roman now, who has not had much of a gap between his game when he won 4-3 against
Alex
Bolton.
to throw first. Game on.
Now tries to take out the other person who was favoured for the group ahead of play today. Gerbevats leads the table by 2 legs.
140.
He has the same amount of points as the Riddler. They could
60.
be facing off in game 13 today to see who leads overnight. But Spellman has had a very frustrating day. He's played pretty well, but he has lost 2 of his 3 matches.
60.
Alex Spellman, for as consistent as he is, the sport of darts, I mean,
60.
You determine the result, but the outcome in the end is obviously how good the opponent is and what chances. So you'd have to put him under some pressure. The way in which this group is kind of almost panning out or blossoming in, it just now means that you can't, and we made a mention of it yesterday, this is going to come down to not even making a mistake on the finishing, but scoring opportunities. Instead of hitting a ton of 140, you hit 81 or 60. Those travelers visits, all of these things come into play, and we've seen it happen with Alex Spellman.
100.
The one thing that Spellman has, maybe better than anybody in this group,
Alex, you're required 20.
is a level of calm patience.
Game shot on the first leg. Alex
And he
Spellman.
patiently takes away the 16 darter to lead this contest.
Second leg is Brian to throw first. Game on. 100.
By the end of the year, we may have more in the way of success for Belgium.
140.
Just imagine if a Belgian player goes on to win the Grand Slam of darts. What if Brian Roman was to go on and win
60
this week and maybe the Champions Week as well? I think it's already the most successful Belgian darts year ever, with De Decker becoming Grand Prix champion and Dimitri Vandenberg being a UK Open champion, and they've both won Players' Championship events this season as well.
100.
It's not a coincidence that Belgium is really starting to thrive when they now have 2 European Tour events. And if I may say so, the people associated with those events, they run cracking events. Especially the one in Visa, just outside Aalst.
Alex, you require 161.
He's not going to get this, but speaking about Grand Slam, who's your pick for the Grand Slam? I'll give you 3.
Give me 32 balls. I'll throw 32 balls in the air and see which one falls first. But
45.
I'm going to go for Luke Humphries.
Alex, you require 66.
That's the easy one, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
66 now, 24, double 12 needed.
Game
Easy,
shot the
and now
second
Brian
leg.
Roman
Alex Spellman.
2-0 behind, so there's a break of throw. Brian's going to need to
Third leg,
find
it's
some of
Alex
that
to throw
180.
first.
He's certainly
Game
not
on.
scoring as great as he has been. Certainly knows that to be in this race, he needs to overcome Alex Spellman, and Alex is not
100.
relenting on that scoring, this consistent scoring, currently averaging just over a ton. Brian Roman nowhere close. Nearly 25, 26 points behind.
If Brian loses this game, he will still be in a shootout with Gerbevats to see who leads going into Wednesday.
100.
But he might not be the only person on 12 points at the end of the day.
100.
We have seen a little bit more celebration from some players.
91.
And when we've seen that celebration, we've seen separation as well. Because Finn, who was very much part
128.
of the better part of the table at the start, he's now in 5th with Andy Bolton in 4th. If Spellman wins this game, he goes to 3rd.
94. Brian Iroquois, 148.
And as for what happens next, I do not have a crystal ball that is very predictable. Brian's now running the risk of being 3-0 down.
94. Alex Iroquois, 116.
Spellman is having one of those really consistent 100 average type performances.
You'd expect him just to drop it over there. Now,
60.
Brian Roman
Iroquois,
has
54.
an opportunity on the 54. Will he go 18, double 18? No, he goes 14. He goes conventional. Can't rush this last dot, and he does rush it and
34.
opens the door now to a
Alex
lead
Iroquois,
potentially
56.
for Alex Spellman.
I think Brian was going treble 14, double 6. He didn't want that one.
40.
He wanted to leave
Brian
double
Iroquois,
top.
20.
So effectively, right there, he's missed 2 singles.
Game shot on the third leg. Brian Roman.
And that one won't feel very nice for Alex at all.
Fourth leg, it's Brian to throw first.
And
Game
that's how crazy it can be. Like, you'd be on this pathway, a slip of a dot into a big number that you're not expecting.
96.
Shifts your focus a bit. You smirk and smile. You go for the number you want. You miss it again. Seed of doubt placed. Is that the time you step back? Or do you just continue
55.
throwing?
I think it depends on the person. But more often than not, I would say stepping back is the
100.
right thing to do, to just understand the situation, process it, and move on.
I feel as though many players just fall into it and go, okay, cool, I got this left, and not processing. 'Cause in your head, you kind of have a plan, and when that plan doesn't go to play, there's a different approach. And when you understand that darts is
60.
90% in the mind, 10% in the execution of that. Shows you how big of a position it is to have the shot, the
96.
outshot planned before. It's all about preparation, and not just on the board, but also mental.
60.
That's a great visit from Alex.
140.
Brian might be thinking that there's a
58.
storm coming.
Alex Iroquois, 115.
There are people hovering around him, trying to take his spot at the top of the table. He's surrounded by Romeo and Alex.
43.
And Andy
Brian
and
Iroquois,
Dean.
127.
In order to fight his way through the storm, he's going to need shots like this. Double 8. That's more like it.
On the fourth leg, Brian Roman.
That was very special. That's how good he can be.
Fifth leg, it's Alex to throw first.
And just like that, the dot Alex had on the 56 that he hit 8 with. And we did say that it's going to come to moments in games.
125.
That's going to cost you the win in the end. And I feel as though that's not only cost Alex 2 leg
94.
difference points, but now it's potentially put him in there's a seed of doubt. It's given Brian some confidence. Are you expecting 180s to come? And now it's going to be could have been a very different game if it was 3-0.
96.
I couldn't agree more. Especially in this format of best of 7 legs. The turning points are so finite.
57.
And to everybody else that don't understand that, it just means small. Like very small.
80.
I've just been looking into the meaning of the name Spellman.
96.
I am always really interested to see the origins of people's surnames and sometimes their Christian names. Spellman is from the early Middle English personal name Spielman or Spielman.
100.
It meant
Alex, you require
literally playman or entertainer. Makes sense because in German, Spiel is play.
60. Brian
And
require
in
154.
Dutch as well, Spiel is also play.
Well, Alex,
100.
keep
Alex
playing
require 40.
to keep winning.
Game
And
shot
that
the
wins
fifth
that
leg.
leg in 16
Alex
darts
Spellman.
again. Just like he did at the start of this match.
Sixth player against Brian to throw first.
This game could have been so different.
100.
Roman has fought back. Can he, for the second game in succession, win from 3-2 down? He did it against Bolton.
58.
But if I may be honest, with the numbers that we have at hand, Alex is playing better than Andy did in that spot.
76.
And this time, Brian's got to win the legs the other way around. He'd have to hold, then break this time.
100.
You feel as though Alex Spellman's just going to go through this and making sure that putting the pressure on Brian, knowing that if he goes there and
57.
doesn't have a traveller's visit, Brian will at some point capitulate unless he can find that first dart. That's the game plan. It's more James Bond, just ton.
That's a good one. I like that.
101.
Alex is thinking this is definitely not going to be Mission Impossible anymore.
145.
That's super
Brian
smart.
167.
That gets him into 2-dart territory. It's a guaranteed shot for the match now.
95. Alex
And
require
time
98.
might be up on Brian's perfect day. Double 12.
86. Brian requires 72.
That was to bring Brian to the losing enclosure for the first time today.
40.
So close. He's
Alex
absolutely
require
right. Couldn't
12.
have been any closer. And Spellman is on the verge. He can't find the mark.
Brian require 32.
Well. 4 darts missed to win this match. And Brian is getting fortunate.
Game on the sixth flag.
Can he take full
Brian
advantage
Roman.
of the fortune? He gets the hold. But psychologically,
Seven
after
for
losing
final
that
against Alex
moment,
to throw
is
first.
Spellman wounded?
Game on.
Or will he hold?
It's all about moments in this. At the end of today, it's been crazy. Alex Spellman missed 16, hit the 8. And that gave Brian Derman an opportunity because there was a rush 32. Then Brian Derman
56.
Found a ton plus checkout in 127. Then Alex Spellman then missing an opportunity there on the 12s and the 6s. And then moving around on the 3s. And I feel as though Brian Derman just not doing enough, but just staying in contention.
At least he's left a number where a maximum will still leave a finish. And if you think that's an accident, think again.
134.
Well, it is a very, very rare beast, the 350 and 6. I do believe it's only been hit twice in this building. Jim McEwen and Jake McMillan.
39.
I had a very interesting discussion with somebody recently about that. They are rarer than 9 darters, but the point made by the other person in question, they said, well, everybody gets a chance of a 9 darter at the start of a leg. How many people get a chance of a 350? It's a really fair point. Looks like Spellman's going to get a chance to win the match after all.
32.
He's already had 2 visits to take care of business.
83. Alex,
can he do it this time to end game 11 with a second victory of the day? This is so awkward. With the way his darts behave, how does he hit this?
20.
Well, this would be crafty. This would be the pinch of the day.
Require 109.
Considering how many darts Alex has had to win this match, totaling 7, he believes he's about to have somebody pinching his pocket.
89.
So close.
Alex, you require 20.
If he doesn't get rid of it this time, he will lose. But he's not going to lose. It is a game that Brian understands that he did have a chance to pinch it. But because he missed his one opportunity, the person who had the better chances does get over the line. That one is USA 1, Belgium 0. And we'll go to a bit of a break after this one. That's what we've just seen. And the numbers tell you that the right person won in the end.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish a 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What are you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski.
Josh Smith, is it a 9? A long time, and that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like that. Only needs the one, and there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 with fouls.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, if you like a lot of darts on your biscuit, join our club here at the Modus Super Series. Why not? David Evans is having a little bit of a nightmare today. Not his best day by any stretch of the imagination. But Andy has been typically workmanlike today. Even though it hasn't been a brilliant day for him, he's still got a chance to get himself on 10 points, equally with Spellman in third position. There's still a long way to go. 2 more games for Andy today, and one of them is against Spellman. And if he wins them both, he will get to 12 points. But that is not going to be enough to lead the table
First
overnight.
leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
One thing we can tell you categorically is that Brian Roman or Romeo Gerbevats will lead overnight on 14 points because they will play each other next
45.
for the right to lead going into Wednesday.
And that's going to be a spicy game as well. And
91.
I think that just based on a rhythm of both players, just how they play the game, Brian Roman has the better over Romeo.
41.
Based on yesterday's game, but that was one of the games that we were introduced to Romeo. He flew to a flying 3-1 start and then just capitulated at the end.
140.
Well, I think it's a different animal, different beast today. But David Evans certainly woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
58.
Playing with a slippery set of darts and just finding it all his own way. And this is the kind of group that you don't want to have those kind of days because you'll be punished.
Not at all. I completely agree with you. You have a bad day in a group like this, you can be thrown to the wolves.
$81. And he require 130.
You do fear the worst for David in this game because Andy has got something on his mind. And that is get the victory
58.
as soon as possible. Everybody else has been beating Dave today, so it's my responsibility to do the same.
45. And he requires 72.
And David would have came here with just really, really high hopes as Andy seems to want to dash that hopes
Andy Bolton.
early on and breaking the David Evans throw. And this is the thing, though. We spoke about it yesterday with Romeo, obviously missing out on that first 2 games. You coming into the players' room, everybody knows that kind of you the guy to beat. He's obviously flipped that around today. David Evans. Romeo was playing really well yesterday and not getting the results. He's not playing well at the moment. And that's obviously going to make sure that he's not going to get the results. But what does David Evans have to do from here on out or coming into tomorrow
60.
to kind of correct it and make sure that his Group C attempt is going to be better than his Group A attempt?
He needs knowledge. He needs to know exactly what he's going to do on Thursday afternoon. If he doesn't know, he will not qualify for Saturday. It's as simple as that. Use the rest of today, and whatever you do in this situation, if you find yourself in a darting situation like Dave, you don't just play out the day and just swipe left on it I don't know whether that's the right
46.
thing to do or not.
That's a lie.
Don't disregard the last 2 games. Use them to gather information. Think about how you're feeling.
60.
What feels good? What feels bad? Acknowledge both. And then come Wednesday, gather more information, put no pressure on yourself, and then when you come back Thursday, armed with information about what happened the
140.
previous 2 days, you can put it right.
So understanding what you're saying, it's important to not only
97. And he required 35.
go through the negative just with a negative mindset, but actually take the positive, as we see Andy looking to go positive 2
Game show the
from
second
2
leg.
on that
Andy Bolton.
35, but making sure that that negative can turn into a positive
leg
and,
is
and
David
taking
to throw
all the
first.
information on board.
Absolutely. The negative thing is, Dave is not playing very well. The positive thing is, if he can figure out what's happening,
97.
you can do something about it.
That's so correct. And I think that the most important thing here is it's the animation. He needs to reset completely. And when he does that, it will mean that he's starting
60.
with no expectation. He's going through the game just by rebuilding. And it's something with a player that of his expertise can do. The thing is the hardest thing is to fight with yourself, because your mind is always going to win. And
44.
if you reset, it's kind of going, okay, cool, I accept defeat. I'm going to start new day and a new me.
Do you know the advice that they give to the people who work in emergency rooms? Is
97.
doctors, nurses, porters, that kind of thing. It's a very traumatic place to be. They say when you've got a day off, you get as far away from it as possible. My advice to Dave after this afternoon is get as far away from darts as possible. Do something that is so un-darts related for a few hours that it takes your mind completely off it, and then come back tomorrow with a fresh mindset.
100.
The worst thing he can do the rest of today is practice. And heaven forbid, if he goes to another tournament tonight, I would say don't even think about it.
60.
Andy Bolton, 2-0 up, and you kind of expect him to, with a dart like that, you want to feel as though it's going to drop into that treble 20.
60.
Does not use
David,
it. You can
require
tell with the
160.
grimace, and David Evans now has 6 darts to at least pull one back. Just needs to find a treble.
63.
That's different, but definitely works.
I don't mind it. It's a good way of getting to the 2-darter. Andy's not going to get to a 2-darter.
41.
So this is a nice chance
David,
for Evans to get back
197.
into this match. Nice and steady. Leaves
57.
himself on tops.
And he required 143.
Dave is saying, don't you dare. He dared, all right. That is
Shot the
wonderful.
third leg.
That's
Andy
not X
Bolton.
Factor darts. That is cosmopolitan, galactic stuff from Andy Bolton.
Full flag, it's Andy to throw first.
Incredible
Okay.
finish. And better than his 142 from yesterday.
It's one better, but I think
60.
it's the player that you're playing against there allows you to do things like that and get confidence in attempting. And David Evans would be standing at the back
85.
and just seeing every single dart go perfectly in.
Exactly. That is like saying to David Evans right now, he's been putting the postcode lottery on for the last 5 years. He misses a month.
60.
And then the postcode comes up. That's exactly how he feels right now.
$93.
From Preston up in Lancashire, a fine town. Home of some very famous people in the past. Andrew Flintoff is from Preston.
60.
And a former host of Bullseye was from Preston. Not exactly Preston, it's Whittle the Woods, just outside of Bamber Bridge. Good friend of Peter Kay's, who used to host Bullseye.
59.
Dave Spikey. But apparently, they just love people from Preston hosting Bullseye because the new version is going to be hosted by Freddie Flintoff.
140.
And this year will now put Andy Bolton in a great position. And David Evans is certainly the player that everybody's taking advantage of and trying to make sure that they get the leg difference
97.
up against him. It's a big drop there going for treble 17. Andy Bolton just wants to set up, and it's a great start. He'll now choose whether he goes 45, 21. 45 is the target and executed perfectly. David Evans, over to you to equal Romeo's ton plus out.
Not to be. So back comes Bolton, the sympathetic sledgehammer that he
60,
is,
and he requires 16.
to get rid of Stretch in 4 legs. He's only missed one dart at a double in the entire match.
Andy Bolton.
But my word, that third leg where he took that 1-4-3, that was heart-wrenching for Stretch. Just when he thought he was going to get a chance to get back into the match, Andy Bolton had different ideas. And that really was a very, very good performance. Not the first time today that we've seen somebody win by 4 legs to 0 and average 93.94, because Spellman did exactly that to Evans earlier on today. So when we come back, the final round of matches for Tuesday are imminent. Final round of matches for Tuesday coming your way in just a second. But before we do, let's have a little look at how things stand. You're going to get Romeo Gerbevats and Brian Roman going toe-to-toe in the next game. And on the line is the top spot going into the final day of this group. Spellman and Bolton may still have a lot to say about it, but they will face each other in the final match of the afternoon. Dean Finn and David Evans still to come, and they've got the most to do. Evans is not going to win this group for a couple of reasons. He's got too much to do, and he's not playing as he would like to. So he will be putting one eye on Group C, potentially, over the next few days. But this one could provide the fireworks that we all want on November the 5th.
First leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
At times today, we've seen some spectacular stuff from these two, but more so the Croatian. He's had 2 ton-plus averages today. We got that from Dean Finn yesterday, where he just about made it over the 100 mark. Gerbevats is so far above the 100 mark twice.
100.
He might as well be Mondo Duplantis. He's a Swedish pole vaulter. He's a world record holder.
I gave you the eyes and just like, I just needed a translation or just
26.
It's the first 26 I think we've seen from Romeo.
94.
Certainly not starting in the vein he would want, but it is the Brian Roman throw, so it's got nothing to worry about really.
100.
He's not had a massive break, but there has been
171.
Wants to make sure that he stays on top, and this is a game that Romeo, we've not seen Romeo be in before. It's that one where you need to perform. Before it's just he's going to perform, he's going to do what he wants. Now we know that people are obviously, all the players are looking at the table, seeing who needs to do what. Is that a little curveball in the mentality? Because now you need to throw the 180 or the 140. But before he was just doing it for fun.
Yeah, I see your point. It's not just the leader overnight
100.
that is at stake right here. It's the best player of the day at stake. Both have 6 points coming into this game, and only one person can walk away with 8 points. And that will be the first person to get 8 points in a daily campaign this week.
140.
The best that we saw yesterday was 6 by numerous players. And Roman is not in the mood to mess around.
60.
Now, when I was a kid, Devon, my parents said to me, if I say I want, they would say, I want never gets. It was their way of saying, be more pleasant. I couldn't agree with that less, because at the minute, Brian Roman wants to win this table today and be the leader overall. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
161.
And when he wants something,
125.
this is the kind of thing he can do.
Really in the mood here. And certainly not, he's doing what Romeo's been doing to everybody else, just out the blocks.
Brian Roman.
Brian determined and certainly playing with confidence.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first.
Held the throw, broken it very quickly now. Romeo's going to need to kind of catch his breath, yeah.
98.
The first day, Brian Roman done. I mean, Romeo has done this to Brian on the first day, yesterday. And Brian had to fight back with opportunities missed. But he did open his account, his points account against Romeo. So there's no fear factor in beating him.
43.
But I think there is definitely something on Romeo's mind other than just win.
180.
I I did say we could get a pretty good game here. We are in the middle of the whirlwind.
140.
As to what happens next, you're just going to have to stay tuned.
56.
Romeo's great darts has been fantastic, but I think the faces he pull when he does
56.
throw it.
Romeo, you require 167.
Romeo now back on 167. We've seen him take it out before. This time, not as easy, but that bottle lip comes
45.
out and
Brian, you require
does not find that treble.
164. $54.
Well, that wasn't the
Romeo,
plan.
require 122.
The plan here is to get to the bullseye. He does.
97. Brian, you
The
require
job here for
110.
Roman is to get to the outer ring. He doesn't get to double 18 this time.
92. Romeo, you require 25.
This is the first chance that Romeo should take. And he
Game
does.
shot the third,
Very well done.
Romeo
If he
go
misses
for
that
bats.
double 8, I don't think he wins this match. But now he's got a better chance.
Full flag against Romeo to throw first.
The game is back on
Game
throw,
on.
and Romeo now has an opportunity. The whirlwind darts there from Brian Roman, first opening 2 legs. Really good
85.
in his execution.
Who's to say that this isn't the final on Saturday night? It could be.
60.
We had 2 players from Group A last week battling it out in match number 104 on Saturday night in Week 8. Van Velsen, the defending champion, was eliminated
140.
by the former champion, Scott Taylor. Just proving that getting 2
46.
series titles is exceptionally difficult. And there's still only one person who's done it.
59.
And the likelihood is Luke Littler will never win another one. Because he'll probably never be back.
180.
The 180 machine has turned up and he continues that. 180 in each of the matches. Really,
58.
really great performance here, especially when he needed it. But Romeo there, from a man that calculates, and you see he's just realized that he's actually left the bogey.
81.
So now that's going to be 159 in 6 starts.
Players of the intelligence of Romeo, when they leave a bogey number, they tell themselves
99.
off a lot.
Ryan, you require 134.
Because they feel they should never leave a bogey number. Interesting play.
102.
Well, that leaves double 16.
Romeo, you require 60.
He was trying to leave a double with dart 3. Is he in a tied match?
Game show on the
That
full
he
flag.
is.
Romeo goes.
Scrapping with everything he's got. And Romeo's chances of leading the table overnight are still alive.
Fifth against Brian to throw first. Game on.
It's a first to 2 now, and you feel as though there's going to be some fireworks
100.
now. Both players has given their best punches. Nobody landing the knockout blow yet, so we back to level
94.
pegging, and I feel as though this is where it changes, Paul. A treble as it would cost you.
57.
Absolutely right. Well, Gerbevats has actually given me an idea this week. Because at some point in my life, I'd like to get a cat.
100.
And I'm going to call it Romeo. I think it's a great name for a cat.
59.
Well, that's what they call their cats in Birmingham as well, because that's how they say it. Romeo.
100.
I've been spending too much time with people in the West Midlands.
140.
We did get a 143 in the last game. What's to say we aren't going to get a 145?
Trying to require 140.
This would be back-breaking from the Belgian.
It's not going to go, and we've seen Romeo hit
99.
ton plus
Romeo, you
checkouts
require 108.
early on, 103, 107, 167. But this 108 will be the best shot of the day. One of the most important shots of his day. He's dropped a dart, step back. Double 16 incoming. Pulls it left.
Brian, you require 46.
We can only speculate if he would have hit it had he not dropped the dart.
Game
But
shot
Brian
the fifth
hits.
leg.
He's one
Brian
leg away
won it.
from leading the table overnight.
Sixth leg against Romeo to
Brian's
throw
got a
first.
Conor McGregor kind of swagger going on there, and I think that it's a better peacock going on.
80.
Who's got the nicest shine? Who's got the biggest feathers?
Have you seen Conor McGregor in that new Roadhouse movie?
No, I have not.
He's dreadful.
56.
I'm a bit of a purist when it comes to the Patrick Swayze version.
92.
Didn't even know there was a Patrick Swayze version.
No, back in 1989, Swayze was imperious in the first Roadhouse movie.
58.
With Sam Elliott. What a great film. But the Roadhouse in Portsmouth that is called the Live Lounge.
97.
We haven't got any violence here. This is a non-contact sport. But things are getting heated on the hockey.
119.
A big visit here for Romeo will certainly take us to a final leg. And a great visit.
140.
Brian Rahman can only but now watch, but he can't make a mistake himself. He's now going to need to go back to the 19, go up to the treble 20 to leave a 170. Big fish not
Romeo,
set
you're
up, so
92.
92s. Romeo's got an opportunity here. Potentially, not you want him to make a
41.
mistake, but like that, just set it up nicely.
$95.
That could be
Romeo,
costly,
51.
that last start. Is it?
Game
It
shot the
isn't.
sixth flag.
We go the distance for
Romeo
the second
Gervais.
game in succession that involves Roman and Gervais.
Seventh and final leg, it's Brian.
Very
to throw
different
first.
circumstances, though,
Game
because
on.
in game 3 yesterday, Roman had just won 3 straight legs to take it to leg
60.
7. Very different this time.
I feel as though this is going to be the biggest test for Romeo.
45.
He's been in 4-3 games today. But Brian Rahman's 180 hitting has been
140.
exemplary. So now you look at almost putting the game on Romeo and see if he
121.
buckles. This will be a great test to see exactly what he's made of.
I agree. That's what this place is all about.
57.
Put under pressure, can you perform as the days go on?
$96.
He needs an error from the Belgian.
94.
That's well done. Now Romeo's job is to better that score.
79. Brian require 150.
Just about good enough to get to a finish. And if Gervais was to take this out,
64. Romeo, you require
this place
160.
would shake. There is
60.
still a possibility
require 86.
for either player to lead overnight. And it
54.
may just be Gervais if he can take 100
Romeo, you
out.
require 100.
Chance missed.
20.
And a
Brian
silly
require
third dart.
32.
The leader overnight is going to be Belgian and not Croatian. That was a good battle. They will play for a third time tomorrow, and they just love being involved in 7-leg thrillers. They've had 2 already, and they've both been won by Brian Roman. The averages are decent, but we've seen a massive range from Romeo Gerbowatz today. Nearly 40 points between his top stuff and his bottom stuff. But he is in contention going into Wednesday. Everybody's going to be chasing Brian, though, including the likes of Dean Finn and David Evans, who play next.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again. 180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Andres Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, Glendrigo by Grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman!
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Welcome back. What a day we're having so far. And if you want to know just how close things have been over the last few hours and how explosive some people have been as a result of the games they've been in, take this into consideration. At the start of play, Brian Roman started in 4th position. He is now assured, with 2 games to spare in our schedule for the day, to be top going into tomorrow. That is about as perfect a day as Brian Roman could have hoped for. But now we look at the antithesis of that, and Dean Finn and David Evans will now do battle in their final match on Tuesday, and it's fair to say that both players haven't had a great day compared to yesterday. For Stretch, it's only 1 win from 9 matches. Dean Finn yesterday had 3 wins from 5 and has only won 1 since.
If there was a game to win for David Evans, it would be this
140.
one. He knows that he's completely out of it. He knows he's going to be in Group C. So he's got 6 games from here on out to kind of get it right.
97.
And make sure that everything... Who's to say David Evans doesn't switch on in this game and just becomes that little bogey player on a Saturday? And that's what the Modus Super Seed is. It gives you 2 bites of the apple, especially when you're in Group A.
82.
A few weeks ago, when we were watching Group A after a couple of days, and we saw the small matter of Andy Hamilton in week 3 succumbing to the basement of Group A, and we thought, maybe this just isn't meant to be for Andy. He had different ideas.
52.
He didn't play great in Group A.
121.
He was almost perfect in Group C and won the week, beating Jack Tweddle in the final. So, turnarounds are possible. Isn't that right, Dave? Isn't that right, Dave?
On the first leg, David Evans.
Dean Finn will go, why me?
Second leg is David.
Literally
to
the
throw first.
Mario
Okay.
Balotelli of darts right now. Why me? David Evans there with a magical 1-1. You'd kind of go, where did that come from? We know that David
78.
Evans can play like that. We know that at 12, he's capable of 12 dots. We've seen him do it. It's just like you said, in sports, if something happens mentally or you just kind of off your game
100.
slightly, in a group like this, you will be punished. And once you lose that confidence and you start to continue to lose it, means that you find yourself in the bottom of the league.
100.
Yeah, that can be said for individual dart players in this venue and in team environments as well.
60.
Look at the Carolina Panthers in the NFL. They were in line to get the #1 overall pick in the draft next year because they've been playing so poorly. They actually traded away their best receiver as well
135.
to the Baltimore Ravens last week because they're already planning for the next season. And then they play on Sunday and they win. And everything changes.
82.
This is a bit more like David Evans. I mean, that's how his darts land. Is it that he's...
55.
I can't even put my finger on how you would advise him differently of what he's currently doing. But I think your advice was best, is just stay away from the game. Have a nice meal, have a
99.
nice early
And
night.
133.
Start tomorrow afternoon, bright and early.
Hydration and rest. That is the best way to recover. No matter what you're doing, where you're doing it.
57. Pina require 160.
Hang on a minute. Anybody fancy a tops? That'll do.
James on the second leg.
Well, he's got
Dean
line
Finn.
flights in, so do the raw.
Third leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
Do you remember that movie Twins that had Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito? These two should be in the next one.
He looks a little like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I can tell.
97.
Where do you get that from?
Are you talking about Dean or David?
Certainly Dean. David's no Arnold Schwarzenegger, is he? He's more a bit like Danny DeVito. Look at him.
100.
Spectacular stuff there from Dean Finn. We do expect magic and fireworks
43.
all the time, but yesterday he certainly had he had a great debutante day. Today was slightly a bit more challenging, and I'm sure he wants to...
97.
The way in which the group is kind of... He's not completely out of it. I just feel as though if he comes back tomorrow, he's going to be looking
25.
at either Group B or Group C. That's not determined yet. But if it is Group C, this would be a recurring fixture.
24.
That's not what David wants to see. That tends to happen more when you're not playing at your best, because the darts will not be flying purely.
46.
There'll be deviation in the air, causing the darts to land a little bit more sideways. That's better.
140.
Halves the score to leave a finish that was hit against him yesterday to end the match.
56. David, require 140.
So can he get him back by hitting the same shot to take the lead? Just feel like he was taking a bit too much time when getting into position there. Wow, that was close. Look at the puff of the cheeks from Evans. That was almost a bust score.
That would have just undone all his hard work there. But now he has 3 at the double tops. And we've said previously, this should be a target for him. Because he does it so well.
David Evans.
He'll realize that David Evans now is having the best game of the day, of his day so far. He's currently averaging just short of a ton. Which is, it's nice to see though. You don't want players to come here and just experience that kind of bottomless game where it just seems like they're never going to come out of it. And you just want to see some positive signs.
Definitely. Like we were saying earlier,
100.
Don't just throw the 2 games away and accept your fate. Play and learn. Far too often I hear from dart players who don't listen to themselves. They're too busy getting angry, getting frustrated, and saying, why are people playing better against me? Why am I not performing? Actually play and learn. What's happening? At the end of the day, you've got so many opportunities to learn from what you've done, especially here, because you can go back, you can watch it, and you can remind yourself of how you felt in those situations. It didn't used to be like that. Imagine what it was like for Eric Bristow or John Lowe or Dave Whitcomb or someone like that. They'd play on TV. I mean, they barely had video recorders back then. Now you can watch it within about 10 minutes.
The game has progressed so much that, I mean, even coaching, you look at equipment difference, you look at the board difference, all of these dynamics. I mean, back then, darts was purely just I'm not going to say barbaric, but it was in its infancy, if you must call it that. And now we've kind of moved on to the 21st century.
I think that, I'm not talking about these dart players on the hockey, by the way, but I think there's a lot of, especially younger players these days, who may take for granted just how good the kit is these days and how good the boards are. Just held on for a second there, thinking, is he going to leave himself on another biggie?
150.
That was a really interesting way of leaving tops, wasn't it, Dean? Is he going to stay there for bull? Because that marker is a beauty.
Might just do. Well, he did. He'll stay there again and then throw 100.
75.
75. Dean now on his favourite double tops. To break back, and that shoulder's coming into play now and just pulling it all around. This could be an opportunity for David Evans. He's not been in the lead for the longest period today, especially.
Game shot the flag. David
He'll
Evans.
find some positives from this game because he'll know he can play like this. 91.81.
Flag is Dean to throw first.
A little rub of the belly button there. I think there was a stretch of that. He might have overstretched himself on that double there.
60.
Either that or he's rubbing his belly for luck.
David the Buddha Evans. I love that. But this is more like him.
140.
You know what I was going to say if he hit a 180 there? Just keep rubbing that belly, David. A win for Evans. He will have the similar day to Dean Funt, which is 2 points from a possible 10. That's never going to be enough to contend.
140.
But if you consider that Dave's already lost 4 games, if he walks away with 2 points, he's actually not going to feel that bad. If you're going to win 2 points and 2 points only, make it the last game.
It's definitely not planned it this way. But let's just say, I mean, walking out of this building with a win and a good win, he steps and he chooses
60.
not to go over the treble for the treble.
61.
Treble 17 should have been the shot there.
$93.
I
David
agree with
McCoy,
that wholeheartedly.
61.
Dave should have switched to the 17s with the last start.
I just love the way he starts landing now. I think there's something
47.
that's happened. That
David
was a
McCoy,
little quicker
68.
than normal, but there's something that's happened, and you might just wake up tomorrow and cause havoc.
Double top.
Game shot on the fifth.
That was
leg.
never in doubt.
Dean
Easy for
Finn.
me to say it. But the way that dart flew, that had some real venom in
It's
it.
David to throw first. Game on.
This has been a decent contest, but we've seen less of the A-grade stuff from Finn today, and that is why he's only won once. 2-ton-plus averages yesterday.
140.
Best performance today? Well, high 80s. He did lose
85.
to Gerbervats with an average over 90, but he was restricted to 2 darts at double in that match. Romeo was so good.
David Evans is waking up, and we're seeing some what we've expected. I mean, if you look at the numbers, he's got 8 140s, and that's by far one of his
55.
Yeah, that one shows the 140s and the 130 plus scores. But he has got 8 140 plus scores.
91.
That is really, really impressive.
He's now on 130, and this could
100.
certainly be a
David McCoy,
firework
140.
start for David Evans' Group C game, which potentially is looking at. And if you Dave Evans, I would go for the bullseye. Go the 20.
Go treble 12.
71.
Great
Just goes
lead.
to- that single was never going to be easy.
Yeah, because he pulls it, doesn't he?
$95.
Looks like this
David
one is
McCoy,
beyond
59.
Dean as well. All he could do was leave the bogey number. He couldn't dodge it. Well, he might not need that first dart. Very, very well done. A very
David
difficult day
Evans.
for Dave Evans, but it ends on a high note. It's a good performance as well. He's averaged nearly 94 in that game, and considering his confidence has been crushed throughout the last few games, that takes a bit of spirit, and he can take that into Wednesday, where he might cause a bit of trouble for everybody trying to win this group. Dean Finn is going to have to stay on 8 points overnight. Evans will have 4. When we come back, the final game of the day, Andy Bolton will take on Alex Spellman. One more game for you, and it's not a bad one, is it? You've got Andy Bolton against Alex Spellman, and both really do need the points. Roman will leave the table overnight on 14. Romeo Gerbavats on 12. Both Spellman and Bolton on 10, meaning that the winner of this game can elevate themselves to second spot. Bolton, if he wins this game by 4 legs to 3,
First leg, it's Andy
or better,
to throw first. Game on.
or in a more brevity style way, if he just wins the game, he will equalise Gerbavats on 12, maybe even on leg difference, maybe even on legs 1. He could be
100.
in exactly the same house as Romeo, but Alex, it's a little easier for him. A simple win will elevate him to second.
So what basically positions
95.
itself is Wednesday is going to be a firecracker of a day. It's going to be who beats who. I mean, we're going to lose our mind with all the
97.
stats to see. Yeah, and in the end, it's going to... in the end, David Evans will be the one that changes or crushes some people's hopes, because I think that tomorrow he's going to come back and play really
97.
fantastic.
He probably will. I think even at this early stage, before we even get to Wednesday, people understand that their fixture against Brian Roman is crucial.
140.
Especially early.
$139. Andy Buck 164.
Great 139 there to leave the 170, and great board management for the 164. The shot was on, but he can leave it handy.
132.
What a 132, and
170.
for the fish, the first one is perfect. The second one is not. Alex Spellman there, as if he was looking
81.
into the sun, frowned
And he
at that
required
one, at the
32.
drop. Did not expect it.
Well, there's nothing in the way of 32.
Game shot on the first leg.
That was the
Andy
only bright
Bolton.
side about Dart 1. He still takes the 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
Now, tomorrow in round 1, it's really interesting because it will be Evans against Finn in round 1 again to start the day. Spellman in game 2 has
24.
Gerbavats. Brian Roman against Andy Bolton in game 3. By the time they play, we will have more information as to what has to happen to make this one of the most exciting Group A situations we've ever seen.
140.
I think one of two things is going to happen tomorrow. There's going to be 3 or 4 players still vying for the title
180.
going into the last round, or Brian Roman will dominate. There won't be any in between.
I feel as though it's all about
65.
how David Evans wake up tomorrow and what kind of carnage he wants to create. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I think that just the showing of his last game is great signs. And I think he could be the
99.
determining factor, because he was the one that everybody kind of picked up easy points on today, except Dean Finn.
Yesterday morning, Alex was talking to us, saying that this week for him is about establishing
60.
better form, better feel. Do you think he's getting that?
No doubt. That first start is, for me, is the indication. Every single top professional, the first start is your most perfect start, because the next to that comes is basically rhythm and just follow through. But that first start is so important, especially how deliberate he is in setting up on the 90 degree, pulling back slowly and then releasing on that point. For me, is the biggest indication. Now double tops, his favorite tops, slides it
Shot the
in.
second leg. Alex Spellman.
It's more like a Casper slide just to the
Andy
right.
to throw first.
It's 1-all. It's level pegging. Andy Bolton taking his time now, and both players served up a 4-3, and Andy had to pull out some heroics on the 1-4-2, the champagne shot. To feel as though Alex Spellman does not want to leave this venue with another loss.
The same as game 13. What we've got here
100
is a shootout game to see who has the most points of the day between the two of them. They both have 4 at this stage, so only one more player can win more games than they lose today.
100.
And if you continue to do that, amassing 6 points in a 5-game schedule, winning 3 games out of a 4-game schedule,
100.
more often than not, you are going to make Saturday night. And then, in the words of many people, when it came to the Saturday night we've just seen, Saturday is a very different tournament.
140.
The quality in this game is right in front of us. There's definite game chemistry between these two. They had a great game to start the group
105.
yesterday. They amassed 3 ton-plus checkouts in the match alone. And none of them were small ones.
58. Alex, you require 116.
This one could put Andy on the ropes here, this 116. Alex Spellman making sure he gets a shot at the tops. I feel as though that was potentially the wrong option, considering his
92.
first start
And
on the
he
treble
required
20 has been
145.
spectacular, to say the least. But 24 has been a shot that he's been comfortable with. Andy Bolton yesterday took out 1-4-2. Won't be the same today. So Alex will have 3 dots, cleared 12. Double 12, that is, for 24 points to break the Andy Bolton throw. And
97.
how important could
Alex
this
requires
be?
24.
He now has an open bet at double 6.
12.
Oh, how things can
And he
change
required
in as little as
48.
10 seconds on this stage. That's a great marker for double 16.
16.
His disappointment is palpable.
Alex, you require 12.
Don't miss this left. Just don't miss.
Game show the
That's a
third
great
edge.
dart.
Alex Spellman.
And Andy feels a little bit
Well,
nauseated.
there gets Alex to throw first. Game on.
Both players shaking their heads for different reasons. Alex Spellman just shaking his head because he checked out the double, but probably the way in which he felt on it. And Andy Bolton shaking his
54.
head because he realized he doesn't have any more soft mints in his pocket.
Somebody get him some. If you run out, Andy, we'll take care of you.
100.
I think those soft mints have to be tested for performance-enhancing capabilities.
Performance-enhancing freshness. Well, today really has been
98.
a bit of a mixed bag. The difference from the best average to the worst average is a small matter of 45 points.
100.
We haven't even mentioned who's coming up later in the week. Let us remind you, because there are some names to come,
140.
including 2 former weekly champions. And they're both in Group B. Peter Jakes of Yorkshire with Yorkshire's own Martin Turner. And Thomas Banks is back.
125.
He's full of confidence right now after a very big win in the ADC Vault Finals. Richard North will be in Group C. First time we've seen Northie in a while. Jensen Walker, the fine youngster, and James Welding
85.
will join us as well.
Andy Bolton can only set up, but this 1-2-4, Nico, I think that this is the shot. This is the payback shot right here. He does not do it.
92. And he required 40.
What did Jesse Ventura say in Predator?
Game shot on the
Payback
full
time.
Andy Bolton.
I feel as though those
Fifth
a
leg,
ton plus
Andy
shot like
to
a
throw
107 or 103
Game.
will be the opportunity that these two players, will have to take. Unless, I mean, Alex Spellman specifically, because Andy
60.
Bolton doesn't want to relinquish his throw as easily as he did before. I think we're getting to the back end of this contest now where nobody wants to make a mistake, and that is seen to be a mistake. And even though not forced, Andy Bolton will be smiling at that.
Whenever you're playing someone and they have a dart on the floor, it's always a good thing because they're scoring no points.
94.
That's not nothing. This is going to be a lot.
125.
But it's not as much as Alex wanted. We've got a maximum of 3 legs left for the rest of the day.
140.
Level on legs. Averages level as well. This has been a consistent performance all day from both players. Both averaging in that area.
140.
It's just the same as yesterday. Mid-90s stuff. Bolton ended up losing with a 98 average. A 95.85.
60.
Was good enough to beat Bolton yesterday in the very first game of the schedule. Oh, that's a great 140 from Spellman.
And he require 147.
Has he got another trick up his sleeve? And you get the pre-shot wiggle. It doesn't work this time.
80.
How crucial is that 140 in there? In the context of this game, not just this leg. Spellman still has to do the hard work, but you feel as though the double tops under that dart is seemingly easier than
on the 5th leg. Alex Spellman.
anything else that he has attempted previously. But now you know that Spellman breaking the throw of Andy Bolton.
To throw first.
Speaking a bit of Spanish there as well, as lip reader Paul Nicholson will probably translate.
Vamos.
180.
Mucho bueno. Very, very good.
100.
Andy Bolton, all the aggression on his face, but Alex Spellman with a perfect opening, and this could be. It's not to be.
I just get the feeling that when he hits the top of that 60,
100.
the immediate thought should be to switch. Because he can get the darts underneath, but he's more likely to do so if the dart has hit the right-hand side of the 60. If he hits the left side, he's actually covering the right side with the flight in the stem. That's a much better first dart.
Alex Spellman now just stretching the legs. And this is the 116, but I mean, he's not under that much pressure now as Andy's left 3-4-2. So 180, a max there would have not given him an opportunity. 116.
And he's not under any pressure. I think Andy knows his fate.
50.
Unless he hits a max here and Spellman trips up, this game could be over in a matter of seconds.
59. Alex, you require 66.
One more shot to finish the day and to finish in second position. The hurdle. Perfectly hurdled. And he wins that one by
Alex
4 legs to
Spellman.
2. That is a 1-1 scoreline in that head-to-head over the first 2 days. When they play again tomorrow, I am sure it's going to be another close one. But the end of that one sees Spellman average over 97 again, 40% on the doubles. The signs are good for Spellman. And when we come back, we will dissect everything we've seen today. An eventful day has come to its conclusion, and today we've seen more people holding their throw than yesterday, but as if we do know that someone is going to win this group from here, it's not going to be that simple, because there are many players who can still win this group. Dean Finn did not have a great day. David Evans didn't have a great day, but he got the better of Finn in his last game to get his first 2 points of the day to double his tally to 4. Finn has doubled that of Evans, Bolton, Gerbervat, Spellman and Rahman at the top. Well, they are going to be battling it out over the course of tomorrow's final day in Group A, Devon. And at the minute, Brian Rahman's going to be feeling very, very good about his chances.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yesterday he came out and he threw 11 180s. And when you're throwing 180s, it's great because it gives you more opportunities on the double. Today's doubling was great. You could just tell that it was feeling a lot more confident, finding the positions in the right spaces, and the 127. I mean, against Alex Spellman, you could just tell there was a flicker switch. Like, I know that I'm going to be so tough to beat today because of the way I'm playing.
You've been looking at the technique of Rahman a lot over the last couple of days. I know this may seem like a bit of a silly question, but that 127, technically, was that the best shot he's had over the last couple of days?
If I was him, I would look at that 127 and look at that timing completely to the utmost, to the what did you call it? The finite degree, yeah. Is looking at it, everything that he'd done there, the timing, the pace, switching over, because sometimes his switch can be too quick. You can hear the rhythm of the darts hitting the board. It will be a thump, and then the last one is just so quick after. The important thing with him is his throw is superb when it's on time.
Well, if you think that 127 was good, how about the 167 from Romeo Gerbervat? That was thunderous.
What's a player? And I mean, we've called him out today. I mean, he was the 10-1 horse, if you must call it that. And he's really showed everybody that he's capable of winning and moving forward. I mean, he's in the top spots, in the top 3, really looking like a player that we expect. Because yesterday he showed an opportunity there where he'll come into a game quick out the gates, get to 3, and then he had an Achilles heel. Today was very different. We saw something about him that we didn't experience before, because now he's obviously looking at the league table, all of those things. The game against Brian Rahman probably was one of his worst games of the day, but still performed really well.
He did perform well. He averaged over 109 in one match, over 104 in another, but the worrying thing is his low range was around 70, so That's got to be a little tighter, hasn't it?
100%, and I think that it's also the play he played against. It was David Evans who was struggling today and kind of found it that he absorbed. Players knew that they had time against him, so they would kind of do that. But the way in which Romeo was playing all day today, just his 2 treble visits has been such a massive dagger for most players, because when you see one go in, you know that the way in which he throws, he doesn't miss left to right, he misses high and low, which is very dangerous.
Spellman was very consistent, and he showed that consistency, especially in that last match with Bolton. We thought with those 2 guys being the favourites at the start of yesterday and today that they would shoot forward. What have you made of Andy?
I think that Andy Bolton, I mean, today is generally a struggle. I think tomorrow we see a more fired up Andy. I mean, a lot of players have been putting pressure on him because their A game has come to the fore. I think tomorrow we will see a bit more of the experience coming through, like Alex Spellman and Andy Bolton. Brian Roman will want to kind of keep his emotions like he controlled it today perfectly well. Romeo will want to push, but I think for Andy Bolton tomorrow, he's going to have to pull out all the experience that he has to get through tomorrow.
And you've already said that Dave Evans, he could be the spoiler tomorrow. I think winning that last game of the day will be crucial for him to do that, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think the most important thing for me is seeing David Evans throw that 8-9 140s and just having a good game. Because now he can go back, he can actually say that I can feel like I can still play the game. He was finding it very hard to kind of get that first start above the treble 20. When he started finding the bed in the last leg, you could see that it was consistent, and that's what we kind of expect. I mean, he averaged 96 point something in that game, but that's the kind of game you almost know David Evans has. And if he's found it on his last day, tomorrow he's going to come into the bullpen and go, listen, I've got nothing to play for, but I'm going to spoil somebody's chances.
In 2 words, give me your player of the day.
Brian Roman.
Easy as that, isn't it? Brian Roman was the best player of the day. And he's going to be leading going into Wednesday. He's never won a Group A, and he's only been to 1 Saturday. He still might have a few tricks up his sleeve, but he's winning so far. And we hope that you are winning for the rest of the day. Have a great Tuesday wherever you are in the world. Enjoy fireworks night here in the UK. Whatever you do, take care of each other. We are signing out for now. Devon and I will be back tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. We hope to see you then. Take care.